one of the most important factors in influencing the job market right now. But how can it influence the job market? So just referring to neuroscience that I was doing before, actually I have to say that researching job market is very hard, and it's even harder than researching a human brain. And why is that? It's because when we have like regular research studies, like neuroscientific research, we have certain degree of uncertainty, but we can control it. So we can estimate what is the uncertainty of our measurement in a lab, and we can estimate what's the total uncertainty in the experiment, right? So we can, to some extent, actually say, like, estimate what's the certainty of our conclusions as well. But when it comes to job market, the uncertainty is uncontrolled. So there are global unprecedented events called black swan events. Maybe you heard about them. Who heard the term black swan? Many of you, right? So this is a term coined by Natalia, and to describe these unprecedented global events like COVID-19 or GPT premiere, I think, was also a black swan event. So they cannot be really predicted or paced, and they have a global effect on the job market. So yeah, given that we don't know what will be the next black swan, when it comes, what's the global impact, then it's really hard to tell what the dynamic will be in the next 5 to 10 years. And there are many similarities between AI and the human brain. So AI, in principle, one of its main goals is to mimic the cognitive abilities of the human brain. And actually, it was in many ways inspired by architecture and functioning of human brain. For instance, the visual cortex here in monkeys was the direct inspiration to creating convolutional neural networks for visual image recognition. So the convolutional networks we now successfully use for image recognition, they were just copied from a monkey brain onto a computer, and it worked. Or LLM architecture is actually a Bayesian machine that is also inspired by human brain. So human brain also contains Bayesian encoders and decoders. The only difference for now is that LLMs still live in the realm of internet, so they are fed by digital information, versus we are plugged into the real world, right? So we can test causal hypotheses, like what causes what. We can intervene with the real world, and we can draw conclusions about the cause and effect of events, because we can make interventions, and that's necessary to draw these causal conclusions. And that's for now, because it might also change in the future, right? So there are these systems of embedding, like building sensory systems for AI that are already being tested. So who knows about the future? And also, AI often learns faster than the human brain. So our learning in our brains is called Hebbian learning. And Hebbian learning works this way, that if two neurons that are connected by a synapse are involved in the same cognitive process, then they often fire together, and when that happens, the synapse gets stronger. So what fires together wires together. This is called Hebbian learning, and it's a slow process because it happens over time. So these synapses get stronger over time, and it's stochastic. It's like there's a lot of noise at synapses, and so it needs a lot of repeated activity to really work. Versus in AI, we often have this back propagation mechanism. So the way it works is that after every presentation of a stimulus, the whole network learns. So all the weights within the network back propagate. So if the network is wrong about the stimulus, so it gives some response that is wrong, then the whole network gets updated and tries again. So basically, it's very fast learning mechanism and it's global, right? So it's faster. So given that, what happens next, right? Given how fast these algorithms are improving and how quickly they kind of start resembling our functionalities as humans, what will happen next? So to answer this question, I was thinking also like, what is work? Maybe some of you have a definition. It's like, because that's what we are actually asking, right? So how would AI influence work? Does anyone have a definition in hand? Would you want to try? Would this work? Okay, so I can give you my, yes, please?
I feel like often we have an idea of something that should happen.
Yeah.
And then work is the time that it takes between the idea and when it actually happen. So potentially AI can portray that.
Okay. So, all right. So is that action that happens between the idea and the, okay. Nice, the delay, okay. Okay, great. Well, there are many ways, right? So there's not one way of like describing what work is, but I will just for this presentation, I just give you some definition that I came up with. So the work, basically, the essence of work is not necessarily the effort you have to do, but like work in a sense of like labor in the labor market is like doing something for somebody, right? So there's like always somebody at the other end of the transaction. So you do something to help someone, either directly or indirectly. So you can do it, yeah, if you freelance, for instance, you have a client, you exchange value for money, right? It's very direct work. If you work for an organization, yeah? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you have to like, you have to steer me in the right direction, absolutely. That's what audience is for, yes. Alright, yeah, so in this case, you have an indirect exchange of value, right? Like you work for the organization aggregates your value with value produced by other employees and then transports it to the customer or to the society. Alright, but anyways, like either direct or indirect, there is always a beneficiary somewhere, right? The beneficiary of your work. But, so what do we experience now in 2024? What is interesting is AI enhanced productivity is kind of blowing up, right? Because we have Moore's law, so the computational power is growing like by factor 2 every 2 years. Actually, this is still this is still in power, so like Moore's law is still works. So every 2 years we actually double the computational power. Then we have software producing software, so now LLMs can actually write new code that writes new code. And also AI-related patents actually exploded in 2023. So altogether, the productivity started growing even faster than exponential. It's actually double exponential right now. And what about human needs? So human needs, like, obviously are always growing. Like since the beginnings of humanity, we always want more experience, more products, more quality of life, more benefits, of course. But the human needs might not grow as fast as the productivity. Like mathematically, at some point, these two curves have to cross, right? And also, how many stimuli can our brains take, right? So we already experience mental health problems related to too much dopamine. We have too many dopamine shots during the day. So how many new products, how many new experiences, how many new services can we still take and not break down? So there's some natural limit to it. So the conclusion that I'd like to, it's a bit like bittersweet when you look at it, but I think that eventually this AI-generated wealth will lead to like completely new quality of life in which work is kind of facultative. So we have some means of redistribution of this massive wealth, and we are not necessarily required to work professionally, at least most of us. But in the meantime, before we get to that redistribution system, we can have a lot of turmoil, right? Because governments are always behind technology, and there's always some inertia in adaptation and adapting new technologies. And so, economically, politically, I think there might be a lot of mess in the next 15 years. But eventually, I think we'll get to some new level of wealth, which is actually a positive scenario. That before then, we have to really take care of ourselves and make sure that we upskill and that we are always like keep, you know, on the ahead of the curve. Okay. But I want to make that like end on a positive note, that actually eventually I predict there will be a happy ending. It's just that for the next few years we can expect some turbulences, that's it. Okay, so today like our world is, it's actually, there's an acronym for it, it's often called the world of Bunny. So brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible. So we live in a complex world, sometimes we cannot really understand what influences what. There are many like economically and politically, there are many influences that we don't really understand, and also it's very anxious and brittle, so one big global event can change the dynamic of the whole job market. But there are still ways of making sure that you can develop yourself confidently and make best out of your opportunities and find the right path in the job market. So this is why I'm here. I want to help you with that. So let's now talk about what you can do to make the maximum from your opportunities and to stay ahead of the curve. Okay. So first, it's good always to think about your career moves in advance and also get advice and help from other friends and from professionals. So great that you're here, because many people actually sit alone at home and they never really admit that they would like to discuss their career opportunities, so this is a great first step. And also, there is no such thing as a perfect job, so like a concept of a good job or a great career, it's actually different from person to person. So what is a great job for you might not be a great job for your friend and vice versa, right? So it's really very, it's very personal, so it's all about also, it's like fitting like a puzzle, so you have to find your like that job that fits your piece of puzzle perfectly. Okay, so I have a question for you. Imagine that you're employed. Imagine that, and now just imagine your employee. Like, what do you think? Given that you already passed job interviews, what do you think is more valuable? Is it your specialistic skills or your work ethic? What do you think they value more? Okay, who thinks it's your specialized skills? Raise your hands, please. 1, 2. Okay, who thinks it's your work ethic? Okay, like vast majority. All right. Yeah, actually, you know, it's not a rocket science. So obviously, I know that definitely there are some, maybe, you know, people like, I know who, maybe Elon, that actually value specialist skills like the most, but most employers actually value the work ethic the most. So both are important, but at the end of the day, your work ethic is what wins employers. So just a few elements of what is a work ethic. So the ability to self-manage. So like you're left in a room and you know what to do. The breaking up big problems into pieces. That's something I learned during a PhD, for instance. So what I mean by that is, you get a problem and instead of saying I can't do it, just try to chop it and at least do small parts. Like try to decompose the problem into smaller pieces. Don't give up just at first, and don't try to just drop it on somebody else's desk before you run out of opportunities, like how to solve the problem or how to at least partially solve the problem. Also, making iteration, right? Because research and development process is always iterative, and many people out there, they just get frustrated when they have to iterate a process to get to the solution. But most of the time, like, to get to making something new and creative, you need to be patient and resilient and just have that curiosity to just get over the same process multiple times. So, and then if you're excited doing that instead of getting frustrated, that's great. Next, lifelong learning, of course. I just reserved a plane ticket to Himalayas today, by the way, my first time. I was interested in Buddhism when I was a student, you know. When if not now? I've never been to Himalayas, so why not go? I woke up at 4. Maybe I was just dizzy to do that. Maybe it was impulsive, but yeah. Then deep work, of course. So the ability to focus on one activity for a few hours, like just getting deep into a problem without looking to your phone, like just this dopamine detox. Like not everyone can do it anymore. So there's so many people who have completely broken working memory. They can't really dig into a problem and just separate themselves from the outer world for more than a few minutes. So if you can do that, and it's also a matter of mental hygiene. You have to hone your ability to do that, right? So it's a matter of working on yourself. And the next thing, multitasking, is like kind of the opposite, right? So at the same time being able to juggle tasks. Also working with people from other cultures, but I guess everyone here has that because it's Silicon Valley. Then playing different roles on projects, and juggling roles. And also being receptive to constructive criticism. Also, this is something I also learned during my PhD, because PhD is a process of getting whipped for like 5 hours straight every day, right? Like forever. You get whipped for a year, and then like the other day you get an acceptance letter from the editor that your paper is published, and then your boss, you get a handshake from the boss, and then 15 minutes glory, and then back to work. So that's how PhD works. And respect for intellectual property. So most of the businesses today, like most of their value is in their non-material assets. So patents, methods, algorithms, processes, trademarks, copyrights, everything that is non-material. So if you know how to handle data and privacy, and if you have respect for intellectual property, that's also invaluable. So these are the elements of work ethics that are highly valued today. And this is something that you cannot really learn at the course. Like no one can learn how to be diligent in one course, right? If you lack some skill, like programming language, you can descend to a course, get a project to learn. But if you can't really, be like reliable at work, then no one can really help with that. So this is something that you work towards for your whole life. So how to make sure that your employer actually, that your management, that your employer actually notices your work ethic? What you can do, first of all, notice talent in others, just vocalize it. We often see that our colleagues are talented, but we don't say it. People really like people who see their talents. Also, one thing that AI cannot do is to generate oxytocin, right? Oxytocin that happens during natural contact with humans, sharing experiences. So this is something that makes you valuable. Also, what is really good is to be kind, obviously. Never say, I can't do this, but I can do this in 3 weeks, for instance. But also, it's a kind of game of nerves. Like, whenever you lose nerves at work, you lose points in the game. So it's sometimes extremely irritating situations happen, but the game is not to lose your nerves. And so be kind, but also, of course, not naive. Just there are limits to it. And then integrity. Integrity means that you have rules. That means you're predictable. So your employer knows what to expect from you. It doesn't mean that you have to have the same values as your employer or your manager. They don't have to share all the same opinions with you. It doesn't mean that you have to blend in and just pretend the person you're not. It just means that you have to have personal standards and communicate it so that they know what to expect from you and be consistent. Seek truth. Also, something AI is very bad. AI is very bad at telling the difference between facts and opinions. So AI just takes as fact whatever is being fed, right? Fact, opinion, it doesn't also understand irony, sarcasm. So whatever you fit in, it takes it as truth. So if you're good at this, if you always look at the edge, trying to figure out where is the edge between truth and opinion, then you're already invaluable for your employer. So verifying information is something that is always good way to communicate your value. And also, you have to know what you're good at and just communicate it. Like, for instance, well, I'm good at this, I can help you with this, right? I'm good at printing badges for conferences. I can print badges for a conference, right? So, just telling people, hey, I can help you. And then, whatever you're good at, when people know you can help them, then it just spreads around the organization very quickly. So good news always spreads quickly. So whatever you can help people with, just tell them. So that's very simple, right? It's kind of trivial advice, but so few people do it. Okay, so these are the easy. It's not easy, but these are like straightforward things you can do today if you're employed to let your environment know that you have high work ethic. Let's now assume that as most of you are looking for something better, right? So you're actually looking for something new. So one misconception I'd like to talk about briefly is there is a misconception that there is a choice, right? You can find meaningful career where you do something fulfilling, or you can choose financial safety. So one or the other. But in fact, it's often like two sides of the same coin. So once you choose a career where you produce a lot of value, it often actually turns into financial safety. So let me briefly tell you a little bit about how value circulates in the society. So we have the government, that's like a big pump, it's like a heart in an organism, and it pumps the value from, the pumps funds from businesses and freelancers and also the rest of society in the form of taxes, and then it redistributes, right, for public institutions, the unemployed, the retirees, the disabled, so people who cannot produce value as professionals at this moment. And then public institutions also exchange value for money with their employees, and then they aggregate value and distribute it to society. And then we have freelancers that exchange value with their clients, and businesses that exchange with their employees and then with their clients. So this is like it's a toy model of how society works. But in fact, this is society is a very complex landscape with millions of organizations that are like codependent, and individuals, freelancers, also public institutions and countries also, right? So it's a very complex landscape. But the idea is it's a complex landscape, and you have to take your position. You have to find that sweet spot somewhere where you're like under the tap, so that you can create as much value as possible, given who you are, what your natural talents and preferences for work are. So the hypothesis is the value comes first and money follows. So the money is kind of like, what's so funny? Tell me, please.
No, it's a hopeful.
It's in ideal, of course. Yeah, it's a very crude proxy, right? It's not like I wish it was always true, but obviously there are always professions that are kind of undervalued, right? Like a nurse, probably a typical nurse produces much more value than she's paid or he's paid, right? And there are some professions that are probably just heavily overvalued by the market, absolutely. So this is a very crude and non-ideal system. But this just proxy for something that ideally should reflect the value you produce. In some professions it's more straightforward. Like for instance, if you're a salesperson, usually your pay strongly depends on how much money you can bring to the organization, right? So in that case it's much easier to quantify what your value for your organization is. But if you're working in logistics, in some of these internal positions, it's really hard to. So there are proxies to try to evaluate what's the value of your work. Okay. So when we in Ontology Value, we created a model to help people self-navigate in the job market and figure that sweet spot out. So it's based on 3 factors, like your core competencies, which is more of explicit information. So this is what you can actually do. So your skills, this is something you have in your CV. So we don't really need all that much help with figuring that out, because we know what our skills and competencies are. It's more that sometimes we don't know all that well in what ways we create values for teams, because there are certain roles that we never played, so we don't know what our potential is, and also which work environments we could potentially resonate with the most, because again, life is too short to try everything, so we might actually not have enough information about ourselves to tell if we are made for certain work environments. So these 2 levels is actually what we help people with, to figure it out. So let's talk a little bit about the way of building value in a team. So actually, how much time do we have? I think about 10 minutes, right? Because I've started a bit later. Okay. So I did a lot of interviews with people who represent rare professions, like really rare, like 1 in 100,000. So people who found like specific niche in the job market that is not popular, somehow they found their sweet spot. And so one thing was common among them, and so the question for you would be, what do you think they learned first when they were still in kindergarten, like really early? Is it their natural talents, their preferred lifestyle, their preferred role to play, or their competencies in demand? So who thinks it's their natural talents? It's A. Raise your hands. 1, 2, okay. 3, 4, okay. Who thinks it's a preferred lifestyle? 1, okay. Who thinks it's their preferred role to play? Okay, that's, 7, yeah. Who thinks it's competencies in demand? I did that actually. I noticed when I was 5 years old, I noticed that dentists have the biggest houses in the city, so I wanted to be a dentist. Yeah, but I changed my mind since then. Okay, so my observation was that they often learn their preferred role to play. So, for instance, kids in kindergarten, when they want to be a pop star, like they don't even know if they want to play guitar or sing or whatever, but they want to stand on stage and they just really want to be in the center of attention and like perform. They don't even know what to perform, but they want to perform. Or if they want to be a teacher, they want to teach. They want to teach something, even though they themselves don't know yet almost anything, but they want to stand in front of a whiteboard and teach other kids. So it's really like shows early on what their preferred role would be. So actually, also what we did is I will have to cut this part short, but I'll share some tools with you that will help you later, so you will not lose anything from this presentation. But in my company, over the pandemic, we did extensive studies based on Alfred Adler's theory of motivation. So we were trying to figure what are the motivating factors for people in the professional life, and how that maps onto potential roles in the team. And Alfred Adler was actually a colleague and friend from Sigmund Freud's, but his school of psychology was completely different. So he believed that rather than primitive instincts, we are actually driven by our desire to grow, to prove ourselves to the world, to prove our value to the world, and that we are not under the influence of our past, but rather we have drive toward our future, and we are independent decision makers. We are not prisoners of our past, and that's we can talk about personality, but sometimes it's more constructive to talk about preferred lifestyle than talking about personality. Okay, so we did research to try to reveal these independent dimensions, in which we could describe what people are precisely motivated by in the job market. So I will just go through this part very, very quickly. And so there's a creator who is motivated by creating something new, so building new concepts, new ideas, new products. There is a specialist, someone who is motivated by being the to-go-to person, like top specialist in certain discipline. There is a linchpin who is more motivated by building communities, being between people and building communities primarily. There is a manager who is mostly driven by leading a team to success, building a team as well. There's an achiever who is mostly motivated by leading by example, so excelling at certain thing and inspiring people, just giving an example. There is a missionary who is mostly motivated by just working one-on-one with the beneficiary, so you have to then see your beneficiary's face, like a doctor or a teacher, someone who is really, that's one-on-one interaction is motivating. There is a contributor who builds in teams, so someone who deals with logistics, architecture, someone who is behind the scenes, builds the scenes for others to grow. And then lastly, investor. And it doesn't necessarily mean money-wise. It more means that someone who stands on the sidelines and supports projects and people and looks into potential in projects and people, so tries to look into the future. So these are like the 8 independent dimensions how we can describe human motivation in professional life. And so 8 types. Question, can you contribute to your team in more than one way? Absolutely, and you even should. So just as an example, like I know this example best because I did grad school, so in grad school you have to be a bit of a creator, a manager, a specialist. You have to have at least few different skills because you will be put in different roles at different times and you have to excel at least some of them to be able to get your PhD. And most of the positions and professions are like that, so you have a portfolio of roles you have to play. And so you have to make sure that the portfolio of roles you need to play in your job actually matches your natural capabilities. And just briefly talking about organizational cultures, I'm having about 5 minutes left, if I'm correct, so I'll just get through this quickly. So like 100 years ago, this is how most employees worked, right? Like working by production line. Very, very uniform job market. 50 years ago, most knowledge workers were basically sitting in big halls. Like this is actually some corporate office, sorry for Polish, corporate office of Manhattan. And now, today, in 2024, job market is very complex, and there are multiple tribes that live according to different values. So, what do we have? We have academic careers. And this is actually, I draw, like I'm a mathematician, I need the coordinates. So I used personal freedom on one scale and stability at work at the other. So academic jobs basically start from a PhD that is somewhere like in the middle of the plane and then go like once you get to professorship, you get to that happy corner where you have a lot of personal freedom and a lot of stability at work as well. We have public sector that is in principle quite stable but not very flexible. Then we have jobs in private companies, startups, small-sized businesses and large companies, which are basically, you start always from like low degree of freedom and low degree of stability, but then you build up. And then we have freelancing and entrepreneurship, where in principle you always have relatively high level of personal freedom and low level of safety, at least at the beginning. So just to summarize, there are also 8 main organizational cultures or tribes in the job market. And they are fundamentally different, so it also very much depends on you and your natural capacity to adapt to certain situations and working styles where you will fit best. So you have a portfolio of like strengths, like roles you might potentially play effectively, and portfolio of certain environments where you might potentially fit. And actually we built a tool to help you figure that out. It's called Ontology Value Test. And basically, so on first level you have your skills. That's what you can actually do, like as we talked before. It's something you have in your CV, so it's kind of something you know about yourself. But it actually helps you do the self-discovery of these 2 other levels. So level of how you can best function in a team and how you can best function in society, which particular work environments work for you. And it's based on 4 different types of variables. What it gives you is what is interesting. We did normalization of this test, so it gives you in percentiles. It compares you to the reference population of professionals we have in the study from 17 different countries, all in the Western cultural circle, also US of course. And then it basically shows you in percentiles where your strengths are, so where you would potentially fit best. These are actually my scores here. So I can see, like, for instance, I scored very badly in all kinds of environments where I would be employed. So I would just suck so badly, I shouldn't even try. So like when I see this, I'm like, I have no choice, my company has to work because I don't have a plan B. I would just be miserable in any type of employment. So I have to make it work. So it's like a cheat sheet. It shows you in numbers what's your advantages and disadvantages. Okay, so that's it. Thank you for listening, and please let's connect on LinkedIn. And please also enter that form. Leave me your email address, and then I will send you the access to the test. If you'd like to try, you're most welcome. So, and some other information maybe. So yeah, that's it from me. Do you have any quick questions? Or, I will be here for the whole day. I also think we have like 5-minute delay right now, so I think if you have questions, you can find me at the back of the room, okay? I will answer all your questions one by one. And I think I will give the floor to our friends from Fetch.ai. Thank you.
Generative AI is one of our endless possibilities, transforming how we interact with digital services, and consumers expect everything to be on demand and fully connected. In today's world, everything is isolated, causing frustration and wasted time. Welcome to Fetch.ai, the AI-powered world
Okay, I'll directly explain what Fetch.ai is. So we are a marketplace of AI agents. So you can think of something like Fetch.ai is for what Google is for websites. So on Google we search for websites, on Fetch.ai we search for AI agents. So AI agents could be different kinds of agents. So let's say different providers are deploying like travel agent or weather agent or restaurant booking agent, and you have your own personal agent. So your personal agent will communicate with the existing agents on the marketplace and choose the right agent for the right task. So before going into that, how many of you know like what AI agents are? Because like we are hearing about this everywhere. Can someone answer? Yeah, please feel free to like tell what AI agent is according to you.
I think I know what an AI
Yeah,
is.
it's fine.
Maybe I give you my description and
Sure.
you're like, you don't know shit, right? So in my opinion, an AI agent is like an avatar that helps you automate tasks. That's going to make a lot of people lose their jobs. So you won't need an admin anymore. You have an AI agent. You won't need a travel agent anymore. You have a travel AI agent. You won't need a sales guy anymore.
Yes.
You'll have a
Yes, that's pretty much correct. So in one sentence, you can say that AI agent is something which takes autonomous actions on your behalf. And if we see what OpenAI has given, like the 5 stages of AGI. So the first is the conversational AI, as we have already been interacting with the ChatGPT and everything. The second is the reasoning AI, and the third is the autonomous AI. These are the agents. So they do some kind of autonomous tasks. They have access to some tools like APIs or different kinds of tools, and they do that. So for this you can just search the 5 stages of AGI given by the OpenAI definition. Now going back to Fetch.ai, as I said, it's for agents, for what Google is for websites. And why do we need that? Because we need the agents from different people to communicate, discover each other, search for each other, and interact with each other. So without much theory, directly let's go into the agent verse. So this is the Fetch.ai's marketplace, where you can see the different agents that have been deployed. These are the different agents developed by different people, but they are open and available to be used by anyone else. So let's say the first agent is the web scrape agent, which is the very popular one. There are like 6.66 K interactions. Now let's say we want to interact with this agent and use this as our personal agent. So let's go to that agent, and they clearly gave how to interact with this agent. We'll just copy paste this. So if we go to agents, you can always like create a new agent, and there are like many templates available. So let's say your first agent. So since this is my first agent and it's a personal agent, I'll name it. Now I copy pasted that code, that is given on the web scraping agent. If you want to access this, just go to Agentverse, just Google search Agentverse and sign in with Google, and you can see the marketplace and all the agents that are available. Now, I copy pasted the code that is given by the web scraper agent. So think of web scraper agent as an agent that has been developed by someone and deployed on the marketplace. And from this marketplace, you can use this agent. So similarly, let's say someone is running their restaurant services and they deploy their own agent on the marketplace. Now, anyone can make a personal agent to use that agent deployed by the restaurant. That is the idea of Fetch.ai's marketplace. Now I copy pasted that agent, and then let me start the agent. So if you see, the agent has started, and so it has it is a web scraping agent, right? So we gave the URL as Fetch.ai, and our agent is web scraped the website of this, and it is giving all the scraped text on the website. This is one of the most simplest examples. Now, let me show a little bit more complex example. So I have built one complex 5-agent system on the agent related to Fetch.ai. So this is a 5-agent system which would do a disaster response. So there is, the first agent is taking distress calls, and it analyzes the distress in the calls, and what it does is, based on the distress location given in the distress call, it would dispatch an autonomous drone to that location. So for the sake of simplicity, we just simulated it so that the drone movement is detected. And then the next agent is human detection agent. Human detection agent is whatever the images sent by the drone. We see what kind of situation the humans are stuck in. Like, let's say if they are stuck in floods, it will give a description using the Llama vision model that some humans are stuck in so and so location. And once that is detected, there is a call agent. It will automatically make phone calls to the location specifying what has happened. So if you want to see how this entire ecosystem was working, you can just scan the QR code. The entire demo of this disaster response is available on YouTube. So if anyone is currently building along with me, is there someone who is building along with me? How many of you guys are building along with me? Okay. Maybe I'll show you personally after the. Okay, so I'll show you one more application to make more understanding. So let's say someone is, there are a very simple application, a weather agent. Say one service provider has developed a weather agent which will just provide the weather. That's very simple. And let's say there's another person who has provided made an agent which not only gives the weather, but it says, okay, go to so and so location on this weather and wear this kind of clothes. That is the second agent. And let's say there is a third agent. It's a luxury agent. It will not just give you the location suggestions, but it will also suggest a date idea or something. So that's the concept. So I'll say San Francisco. Yeah, So we can see 3 agents are there. So one is budget weather assistant, premium weather assistant, luxury weather assistant. So each of them was developed by different people, and they have their own pricing. So on this marketplace, a person can choose any one of the agent depending on what they want, and automatically this is how different agent developers can earn money or monetize their services. So if I chose a premium weather assistant, so it has given not just the weather but little more than what it is doing. This is like the most simplest application of all the things. Now, what I wanted to show was to customize your own agent to build like a price monitoring agent. That is what I planned for this. But like if you are not able to build along with me right now, since like I see only 1 or 2 persons trying to build, we can always catch up after the workshop. So this is the small simplest agent. So let's say you want to monitor whenever the Bitcoin price goes above 4200, you want to get an alert. So this is a tool that we gave to this agent. This is an API, free API thing. This is like API is called something like a tool, and now our agent make uses of this tool, and it continuously does a monitoring. So if you can see the time and date, it will keep on giving you the alerts that what is the current price, and whenever the price has moved about certain specific threshold which you have given for yourself, that it will do. And yeah, as I said, if you want to make any agent, just go to our agent verse and click new agent, and you can choose like a simple agent or an agentic communication. So through Fetch.ai, what we are also doing is 2 agents can communicate with each other and pass messages. That is one capability. Yeah, I want to take questions like anything regarding the agents of Fetch.ai.
Are people able to follow along on their laptops?
Is there,
Yeah.
If we go to agents.ai,
Yes.
so for going to that, creating this tracker and going to have some communication.
Yeah.
Where should I go?
So once you go to agent verse, welcome page, where you're able to go in here. I think you need to first sign in with Google or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you able to see the marketplace? Yeah. In the marketplace, there are different agents, right?
Yeah.
So let's go to the first agent, the web scrape agent that was developed by someone. And once you go to the agent, it will give you how to make use of this agent. So just copy this entire code and then go back to agents.
The code should be the usage code?
Yeah, usage code. Okay. Go to agents and then make a new agent and choose like your first agent.
You overwrite the code that's in your agent.
Sorry?
You overwrite the first few lines of code. Do you overwrite?
Yeah, you can just overwrite the first, remove the first 3-4 lines of code and copy paste the new code.
Under. So we should go for a start agent.
Yeah, start agent.
like doing the notebook, we press shift and enter and go to next one and run the next one, or all of them are just one script? And
just one script. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is something like you need to like deploy on this Agentverse. So if you don't want to, there are some packages that are not supported by Agentverse. In that case, you can do the entire deployment on your own local machine.
So, question.
Yeah.
I just did what you were saying. I copied the code and then I added it just to test it, to deploy it. So these functions are not available.
No, you need not deploy. Just start the agent.
Oh, right. Okay. Right.
Just start the agent. Is it working?
Another one?
No, that one is completed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You will see the output. Down here.
I have this question. It's okay. First it comes to overview. I didn't know that. I went to build it.
Okay.
Is this similar to Replit?
Sorry?
Is this similar to Replit?
I didn't get it.
Is it similar to Replit?
Replit?
Replit, yeah. Building agents.
No, this is not at all like Replit because how these agents are, so anyone is deploying the agents and how are you able to communicate with that agent. So if you see the code, so there is something called agent address, right? So this is how two agents are able to communicate with one another. This address you're getting it because this entire ecosystem is deployed on the blockchain, and whenever you deploy your own agent, it gets its own address. Through this address, agents communicate with each other, discover each other, and that's how we. So I made like a small front-end application where we are searching for agents. This searching for agents is happening based on the keyword and the address. Through address, I am like getting these agents that are deployed by different people. Yeah. Yeah, I just start the agent. Yes, you're getting the output. This is the output because we gave this as a URL. You can change the URL to change the output. So since it's a web scraping agent, give whatever URL you want. But whenever you're changing the code, just stop the agent, change the URL, and then you can also just clear the logs so that it will be easy. This agent is already deployed. You're using the already deployed agent, and whenever you make a new agent, it's already deployed, and you can make this on with that. Yeah, that's what. So once you make your own custom agent and deploy it on this Agentverse, you can like if you can like see the code once, like as I showed For example, for the web scraping agent someone made, they made an entire documentary, right? And they also made a documentary of how to use their own agent. So you make your own AI agent, write how to use your own agent, and someone will copy paste the code just like you copy pasted it and use it. Yeah. Sure.
So this is open source?
Yes.
Whether anyone can use this?
Yes, anyone can make your own custom agent, deploy it, and if you are getting more user interactions, you can monetize it. You can monetize it.
How do you monetize it?
Because we monitor the traffic, right? So for example, if you see the marketplace, we are clearly seeing 6.67k interactions for this first agent. So similarly, based on since it's based on blockchain, your agent has its own unique address. We can track who are all interacting with, how many interactions are happening through your agent, and that's how you monetize.
Yeah, I can start charging that.
Yes, you can start charging.
So I can start with free, and then I can switch to the one.
Yes, yes.
Or I can have a freemium model where I offer basic features for free, and then advanced features where you have to pay.
Yeah, something like that. Like it's based on like how much interactions your agent is getting. Yeah.
Is it, you know, I see so many agents in the marketplace that says Fetch.ai agent or my Fetch agent.
Yes.
Everything we write down will go to the library, or is it any way that we make it a little bit more private?
No, you cannot make anything private. It's like since it's a decentralized ecosystem, whatever you deploy is on the marketplace. And as you said, like you saw like many first agents, right? There's are like us, many first timers, they just deployed their agent and they did not delete it. So you can see that as well.
So is there a way also for customers to buy from the marketplace? To do the
No, right now it's for free since the basic level is still we are not charging anything.
did you hear about the AWS announcement last week about the AI marketplace?
I think I heard, but I'm not completely sure what it's capabilities are.
I was just going to ask you how this compares to AWS AI marketplace.
Okay. This is more of decentralized, and anyone can discover the agents, and the main specific feature of Fetch.ai is like two agents can communicate with each other. One AI agent can discover another AI agent and communicate. And also like let's say you have deployed your own AI agent, it can make use of the already existing agents developed by different people. Yeah. What is agent?
There's two questions. Question one is that is it only the settlement of the transaction between just the blockchain, or the agent itself is also
The agent itself is on.
is on chain?
Yeah. Once you deploy it, your agent is like getting its own unique address, right? It's based on something called almanac contract. Almanac contract. Yeah.
Is there any plans to evolve this so that consumers can come and find agents that the consumer would want to use and have a UI that's easy for them to understand?
Yes, we are also like developing on that aspect as well, where consumers can just go to any search engines, like already existing searching apps like ChatGPT, or now like when you search in ChatGPT, you don't get back any response related to agentic thing. So once we like deployed Agentverse with link it to ChatGPT, you can do that as well.
When will you have that?
That I'm not sure.
So basically, it still will be a marketplace.
Yes.
And people will be able to find it through ChatGPT. So let's say somebody, consumer just say, I want to find an agent that's going to help me do recipes for something.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, that exists right now, so they don't have to come to your marketplace. So the idea of coming to your marketplace is because you're just going to have all the centralized ones?
No, it's the place where different service providers are, right now we are not there yet, but like in future, what is happening is everyone will have their own personal agents. Each of the restaurants or traveling booking services, they have their own personal agents deployed on the marketplace, and your agent will be communicating with those agents. That's when it would make more sense than right now, because we are not there yet.
Okay, so let me get the picture. So basically you're going to have all the agents for all the things that people do, travel,
yes,
home stuff,
that's
administrative stuff. You're going to have all that there on your marketplace.
Yes.
So then when a person comes on and they're learning how to use agents, they're learning how to use AI, you're a centralized place for them to go to.
Sorry?
That you're a centralized place for them to
yes,
go to.
Yes, that's
once consumers realize that, there's all these cool things that exist,
yes,
they know nothing about that. So you want to be the place. You basically want to be the global brand for that at that point.
Yes. So that's why I said Fetch.ai is for AI agents, like Google is for websites. So on Google, if you go for different websites are linked to other websites, right? Here different agents are linked to other agents.
Can users export the agents from your platform and deploy it to their own
So if you make your own application, which makes you can in your own application. So let's say this is a weather application I made, and I'm making use of the agents on the agent bus. So you can see these agents. So these are the 4 agents I'm making use of in my application.
So if I export, so there is an option to export the agent.
It's not called exporting. It's making use of this agent in your application.
Okay, so basically I have to stick to your platform.
Yes, because only when you deploy on the platform, your agent will have an address, right? The address which I showed. Through that address only, the other agents are discoverable, interactable, or they can connect.
So I can build my build my agent on the platform.
Yes, that's right.
So maybe I'm missing something. I understand that this is how you build them, but if I build an agent and I want friends to use it, where do they go to access it?
Where do they go to access it?
Yeah, to find it and use it. So let's say I built an agent that was there to do stock tracking, and I said to a bunch of friends, hey, use my agent.
Yeah.
How do they find it?
So they need to go to the marketplace, and once they go to the marketplace, they can just search for your agent.
Yeah, I'm looking on the marketplace now, and I can open up and I see the code, but how do I interact, engage, and use it?
Yeah. So if you
show us that would be useful.
Yeah, sure. So you went to this agent, right?
Yep.
And once you go to this agent, they gave the usage example, right? So you will make your own usage example, and once you deploy your agent will get this unique address. This is the address.
Yep.
Through this address, they can search for your agent, find your agent,
and that's where they can pay as well.
Yes, that's how we track your agent's interactions.
Cool. Okay.
I'm sorry, this is a little bit technical. Under the model, what is the technology stack? The foundation model.
So this is our stack. This is the network layer, like the decentralized, if you have heard about it, they have recently formed the ASI alliance. And then Albert AI register is the blockchain where you get the address for your agent. And this is like, new agents is like something like LangChain, you can say. We have our own framework, new agents, so you can develop with our own framework. So right now, whatever the agents you develop are through our own framework. Let's say someone doesn't want to use our framework, you want to use your own framework like LangChain, LangGraph, and still you can deploy on agent to us using something called Fetch.ai. So through Fetch.ai, you can like make your own agent with any of the frameworks existing outside like LangChain, through AI, or any others, and then deploy it. Yes, yes, that's right. Yes, that's right.
And then how are you making money?
Sorry?
How are you making money?
So you are using our services to be more discoverable, right? That's so based on our interactions, based on how much your agent is being used, there will be some fees.
You will charge me based on.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, no, yeah.
So I better also charge them, right? I don't want to just pay you, not getting any money. So
yeah.
Charge them and I can
Yes. Yes.
We are going to have, for example, avatar in our webpage, and we want the agent to be there. So should that avatar creator be compatible with Fetch.ai, or if we just bring the code in the middle source, because they already have, most of them have some kind of how to use our agent. So I wonder if we need to only use those agents in the marketplace or not.
Yeah, so it depends on completely on your use case. So if you think that your agent would need some other agent on the marketplace, yes, you need to register with that. Otherwise, it can be your agent can be totally standalone agent where just you need to provide how others should use your agent, like I showed you, and they can interact with it.
Yeah, I mean, for example, let's say I have an agent that talks to people, and I want the data get and give it to some LLM, OpenAI agent. So it should be somehow register it in Fetch.ai and then use this one. And for example, OpenAI thought that you have it in marketplace. So they also have that one or not?
Yes, you can have the way you use it. Yeah. Whatever the agent is there at the end, for example, since you are saying that you won't be building with our framework, so what you'll, instead of you agents, you'll be using Fetch.ai SDK. This is the SDK we released like very recently. You'll be making use of this SDK, and you can deploy on the agent verse. You need not have to go to our marketplace and deploy. You can do it from your local machine using this SDK. So if you want more on that, so we have the GitHub repositories and different integrations available. You can go through our GitHub and see. This is the QR code. Maybe after the workshop I'll give you if you can't see it.
Yeah, it will be very good. And can I use Fetch.ai as my backend and just write the front end and use it, because we can use the Fetch.ai, right?
Yeah.
So can we use it as backend or not?
Yeah. All the application which I showed, it's on the backend. On the front end, you can do it using anything. Just on the backend, you need to.
I mean, using as a host of the backend, just insert my data there or something like that. Do you have that service too? For example, having a database and put whatever I get from agent to put there?
No, we don't have the database associated with Fetch.ai. Database can be your own database, whatever you choose for the application. and it's only registering on the agent verse, and you'll be discovering your agent and interacting with other agents.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes. No, they just made agents. Someone made luxury weather agent. So this is how the full stack application works. The simple weather application which I showed. So what we are doing is we are just searching for something called querying as weather, and the agent, this query goes to the agent verse. From agent verse, we are getting back what are the matching agents which are related to weather, and from that we are choosing one agent, either luxury weather agent or premium weather agent or a normal weather agent, and you are making a request to that weather agent, and we are getting the response back. Front-end part, I made it so that for the demo purpose. The front-end is not related to Fetch.ai. I made the front-end, this front-end, just using normal JavaScript, so that so once you search for agents, so anyone can make this front-end, just to see it, and you will see these are the 3 different agents related to weather available on the marketplace. And instead of seeing this as like a very simple application, you can think of something like there is a travel booking agent with different features. You will be choosing the agent which is more suitable to you, right? That's how it functions. This one? Yeah, sure. It's on my repository. I can like share it after the workshop. Yeah.
So you mentioned that those agents, they are so
Yes, that. Yes, yes. I'm not very well versed with the internals of blockchain.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I want to know that how Fetch.ai to support major agent. Nowadays, is that the only one that has been like it's still based, right? It's based on I'm not sure that since that Fetch.ai's agent of Fetch.ai are more complex and more different kinds of functions. So I want to know that how any specific feature of the blockchain is how we use
I can connect with you with a better expert for blockchain with Fetch.ai. I'm not the right person for it. I hope this session was helpful to know what agentverse is and what AI agents are and how you can deploy your own AI agent. You can always, if you have like any more questions, you can connect with me on LinkedIn and shoot your questions. And we are also having different programs running. The incubator program or the startup accelerator program, like if you have any ideas that you want to build on Fetch.ai and take it to the market, we have the Fetch Innovation Lab, we are doing that. So you can always contact us.
Yeah, I'll come grab the mic. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here. We are really excited. Believe it or not, this might go a little bit bumpy, but we're both experts at this, and so we'll probably smooth it out a little bit. Believe it or not, Monette and I have actually been working on this for several weeks, because what's happening right now in the industry, and the way that we get to play as a team in this, is the thing that gets us leaping out of bed every single morning, right? At 6 a.m. because I just can't wait to start playing around in these sandboxes that we're calling AI. Nothing is more fun. Nothing is more exciting. And so the confluence of these technologies that over the past decade, 2 decades, 4 decades have been in the process of being developed entirely in their own silo. And today we're talking about AI and Web3. But there are other technologies that are coming together in this world right now that's making it possible for things to become true that couldn't have happened before now. AI in various different forms and under various different names has been around for a long time. And right now, today, because of these other technologies and because of some really smart, really hardworking people, we're able to do things with technology that were unimaginable last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, which feels like yesterday to me. I don't know, you?
Definitely feels like yesterday. All right, so let's introduce ourselves. Lucas, why don't you go?
No, we got the wrong order.
Okay. I will stand over here. Is this me? I'll block myself. I can like see me. I have a diverse background, BSMS, computer science and electrical engineering. I started my career doing real-time embedded systems, operating systems internal, and worked on one of the first IVR, so speech recognition and text-to-speech platforms. Thank you, Steve. Okay. And it was really exciting. I was recruiting people out of Bell Labs. I was doing it when I was 21, right out of college, in grad school, and it was just amazing.
This was 2-3 years ago, right?
It was a couple years ago, yeah. And at that time, we were constrained by hardware and memory. So our first IVR system was done on a Motorola 68000 microprocessor, if anybody remembers what those were like, using 1 megabyte of RAM. And we upgraded to an Intel 8386 processor using 2 megabytes of RAM, and I just thought that we had so much space that we could do anything we wanted. So that company IPO'd and was acquired. And then I helped start and help grow a couple more companies. The next one, we did an email server platform. The next, which also IPO'd and then was acquired, is now OpenWave Communications. And then I did another company, which I wrote the routing architecture for one of the first global content delivery networks. Pre-Akamai, we ended up violating a lot of our patents, which ended up having a lot of litigation for many years. And that company got acquired before we brought product to market, and it's now part of Level 3. I then ran the US division of a company that did photorealistic rendering software, which was then acquired by NVIDIA. And after that, I became a broker-dealer by co-founding and running an investment bank, which did both buy and sell side M&A and private placement. So I've kind of been around the block for a while. After that, merged with another broker-dealer around the time that I had my third kid. I know, I'm telling you a lot. I got into crypto and blockchain and helped bring a number of projects and token issuances to market that were compliant. We were trying to run them using the same type of compliance that you would use for regulated issuances in the US. And I can talk about that forever. But that's about my background. What was interesting is I've been watching AI develop in a variety of industries, both across vertical and horizontal markets, for a very long time. And it's been super exciting over the last few years to see how not only has Gen AI taken off, but in the last year, how agentic software is really starting to take hold, and we're seeing how agents can be used in a variety of industries. So that's my opening salvo.
Us technologists have been dreaming about this for our entire career. I'm not going to spend anywhere near as much time on me because Monette is way cooler and deserves more time. Right? Over the course of my career, through mergers and acquisitions and the consulting that I do, I'm responsible for over $120 billion in business created, which is kind of cool, but still not as cool as Monette. Over the last 2 years, I've scaled a business from 0 to $100 million annual run rate as a part-time gig. And I'm really excited about the next 3 years because I think we'll hit $1 billion. And the rest of my time, I spend building relationships with people like Monette and Moses and my wife, and playing with AI tools because they're the coolest thing since sliced bread, truly. So that's me.
So what we want to talk about is, I was going to talk about the future.
We are. We're going to talk about the future. We're going to talk about agents. We're going to talk about Web3. And part of the reason that we're here talking about all that is because of the cool stuff that we get to do with FutureLab Consulting. And right now what we're doing, in addition to writing a book and putting out a whole bunch of articles, is we're building an AI agent. And so for those of you who are interested in following the work that we're doing and keeping up with some trends in the industry and maybe being early adopters, join our newsletter. We're going to give you a QR code now, but don't worry, we'll show it to you again at the end of the presentation.
And so with FutureLab, we're putting together not only an app with AI agents that's going to be doing a lot of interesting things, but we're also doing training, and I'm currently in the process of finalizing a 7-day course, drip learning on AI literacy targeted towards business leaders and governments. And
I am doing a very similar course that's targeted for AI newbies, people who haven't been playing in the market for a long time. So obviously none of you, but all of your close friends probably, and your grandmother, as well as entrepreneurs.
So, but what we want to talk about today is what would it look like for people to feel like they're going to own their success and be able to use AI in a way that it transforms their lives professionally and personally. I'm sorry. So, over a decade of experience in blockchain, it's a little more than a decade, I've been able to focus on how decentralized networks impact traditional industries, and it's been really interesting watching AI come into that and integrate with it.
Okay, so here's the question. This is the question around which we built the entire presentation. This is the question around which we're building the agent. This is the question around which we're writing our books. The question is, as you can see, what would the world look like? No? What would the world look like if people owned their work product? If people were 100% empowered to be able to give their absolute best and get fairly compensated for it in the workplace, as entrepreneurs, as regular citizens who are wandering around the world having impactful conversations with their friends and their family members. What would the world look like if technology barriers didn't exist? What would the world look like if every single time you had an idea, not only did you have a tool that could capture that idea and start moving you forward with it, but you had people around you that were so excited to be a part of that idea, so excited to show up with you every single day, so excited to be right there next to you as you change the world in your own small way, or maybe very large way.
So what we want to talk about today is how this is impacting both business as well as our personal lives. Because all the statistics, there's a lot of fear that's going around, indicate that AI is going to be utilized not only in our business lives, but in our personal lives moving forward. So in 2023, 80% of tech-owned companies used AI tools, but only 30% integrated them into workflows. And what we believe is going to happen is that number is just going to increase exponentially as we continue.
You see it here, by 2030, 50% of the global workforce, not just the Americas, not just here in San Francisco, 50% of the global workforce will be using AI as an integral part of their daily task management. In order for us to get there, we're going to have to move away from that first statistic. 80% of tech-owned companies are only 30% integrated. And we're going to have to arrive at this 50% of the global workforce are using it as an integral part of their daily tasks. In order to get there, we're going to have to create an army of AI integrators.
And AI agents that will be utilized, and you want it, the point is to have it utilized in a way where people are feeling empowered, not replaced.
So in the process of that, we're going to have to see these numbers. Let me step aside so you can actually see them. We're going to have to see these numbers shoot up. The rate of adoption right now is mostly focused on, you know what, let me pause for a second. Raise your hands, who's using AI? Everyone in the room, I love it. You are my people. Who's using AI for image generation? Yeah. Are you using it for work-related image generation? Or is it just for fun?
Fun.
For fun. Most of you, it's just for fun. We have a few hands work-related. Who's using AI for copy generation? Couple hands. Again, work-related or fun? Work-related hands? That's most of you. Awesome. So most of you who are using AI for words are using it for copy generation and work. Okay, who's using AI for video generation? Fun. I'd say 10-ish of you raised your hand for all three. Video generation people, work-related? All right, I love it. Now, in this room, and you are tech leaders in the world, otherwise you wouldn't be here. In this room, only 30% of you are using AI for all three: image, video, copy. We're going to need to see this number go near 100. And as Monette said, one of the things that's driving the conversations around AI outside of the tech forward rooms, outside of here, one of the things that's driving the conversations around AI is fear. So, again, pause. Who has fear around AI? Not a one of you. I love it. You're my people. That's what I'm talking about. The reason is because you recognize that if you're tech forward, you're going to be able to drive these numbers. You're going to be the people that are hired by the companies to integrate AI. You're going to be the people that are hired by companies to build workflows. And again, we need to create an actual army of integrators to be able to get to the point where by 2030, and this is real. Yes, it's a guess. We don't know. None of us have seen the future. But this is real. By 2030, 50% of the global workforce will be using AI as a core component of their daily tasks.
Many people already use AI as part of their core daily routines and may not even realize it. Data has been an integral part.
Tell them.
Across all industries for many years. And we're seeing it in everything from healthcare to, and again, as I said before, across different verticals as well as horizontal sectors. And so what we're starting, similar to when people were, we were first in the early days of the internet and the first instance of the web. And we did not envision the way shopping is today back then, right? Like nobody really thought shopping was going to change the way it is. No one really, well maybe some people did, but most people didn't. You would not think of, I remember when I was doing one of the first integrated voice response platforms, we were doing voicemail, and we would go out and sell these to companies, and believe it or not, they'd say, oh, well, we don't need this. We have a receptionist. And what's going to happen to the receptionist once we start having voicemail? And, well, the receptionist's job changed, right? It changed, and people had to change with it. The same thing with email. I remember with one of my other companies bringing email into the workforce. I'm sorry I'm going back so far in time. But it was the same thing. I remember talking to a family member who was senior level executive at Genentech. And he said, oh, well, we're not even sure if we're going to let our employees use email. And I was like, what? I mean, can you even imagine today, like, not having email at work? Like, it's unheard of. Like, it makes no sense, right? And we're at that same inflection point. And so it's not like we have a looking glass into the future that we're going to know exactly what's going to happen, but we have an idea of where it's going. And so staying on top of it, I think, is really what's important.
Beautifully said.
All right.
Can you even imagine?
Can you even imagine? All right.
People are starting to recognize some use cases. So there are sort of 4 different major technologies that are moving the world forward right now, all sort of in concert. They're coming together. I mentioned this before. And what's interesting about probably 2 of those 4 is that they were started without a use case. Who's aware of this? When blockchain was first kicked off, we had no idea how we were going to use it. Hands up, you're aware? He knows. Half a dozen of you, right? When blockchain first kicked off, we had no idea what we were going to do with it. We were like, what is it? The first Bitcoin conference, they actually convinced a pizza company to sell them pizza for Bitcoin, and that Bitcoin that bought that pizza today, you know, don't you? Do you know the number?
10,000 Bitcoin.
10,000 Bitcoin.
Papa John's.
10,000
I was delivery boy.
And now the risk is fairly small. What was that, $11 back then? Like, it's a relatively small risk to be able to play in this world that's changing, but nobody had any idea if this was ever going to be worth anything. Again, they only lost $11. It's not that big a deal for a pizza.
600 million? No, it's even more now, probably.
No, it's probably more.
It's 300 last pizza day.
Yeah, today Bitcoin's at what, 105?
105, so it'd be a little over $1.1 billion.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you do those numbers.
That's a nice pizza.
That's a nice pizza.
Yeah. I mean,
small risk, enormous reward.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about Web3 and blockchain and how that's also evolved is it's taken off in a way where we are not, so I wrote one of the first, I keep going back to like my history, but I wrote one of the first, the routing architecture for one of the first global content delivery systems. And again, at that point, we were like, oh, content needs to be pushed out to the network so everybody can have access to it. And how do we do that? Well, my first, like when I was an undergrad, my first computer architecture course was taught by David Chong. Does anybody know who he is? He did DigiCash, which was the first digital currency. It was not decentralized. And so I remember him talking about this like when I was an undergrad, which was a long time ago. And then when Bitcoin came out, it was like, it went from being a centralized digital currency, which all the banks at the time and financial institutions were starting to actually grasp because their systems were antiquated and were highly inefficient and costly, to a point where you have systems that can essentially run independently with, you know, smart contracts with knowledge that's executed every time. You know, I don't need to explain blockchain to all of you guys, but so what's been interesting is watching that evolution. And AI has come hand in hand with that, right? Because as things are operating more autonomously, it begs the question as to whether or not things are how they're being handled from a data and a knowledge perspective.
Yeah, beautifully said. So as AI becomes more ubiquitous, and it's going to, big questions are going to start showing up. Questions like, who owns your data? And it's a really important question because the more that we integrate technology into the world, the more we integrate technology into our very lives. Your data is actually you. And so if you don't own your data, this is important, if you don't own your data, then maybe you don't own you.
So the confluence, and maybe we should ask, how many people here work in different sectors? So who is working in
healthcare?
Healthcare.
Who's in healthcare?
All right. Who's working in
financial services?
Well, Moses, you're probably working in all of them. Who's working in
education? Oh, I like it.
So, and all of these different areas and more have content that's created. So how are you going to be able to manage content that you create or your companies create in a way that it is attributed correctly, right? And already we're starting to see all kinds of issues. Just this week I was reading about how, again, the writers in Hollywood were trying to get attribution for their content, which is being used by, you know, the GPTs. So how is that going to be handled moving forward? I don't know.
This is where, and we keep talking about these sort of independent technologies that are growing together, but this is where these are going to come together. The idea, the core thought of Web3 is that you own your data, you are your data. An interesting challenge in that is if you are your data, if you own your data, and data happens to live forever, and data can be unchangeable, what happens when you change? Interesting question, we're not going there. I'm just letting you all pile up some questions that are going to keep you up tonight. Web3, the notion is that you own your data, whereas right now, today, the data that goes through here is owned by Facebook, it's owned by Google, it's owned by Apple. You don't own your data. You don't get paid when Apple gets paid for your data. You don't get to decide how your data gets used. There is real reason to fear, but people have been working on Web3 for a while and it's coming out. Next up will be, how do we make sure that once you own your data, once you have taken ownership of your data, once you know exactly what your data is, who you are in the digital world, how do you control your data? And frankly, Web3 doesn't have an answer for that, but what's amazing is that there's another technology that's been sitting out there, that's been working, that didn't have a use case for a while, that can answer that question. Blockchain can control your data for you. Here's the question. The question is, in a world where there's no such thing, and I had this conversation just a moment ago, in a world where there's no such thing as objective truth, how do you control the truth of who you are? And blockchain was built to be the answer for that. Cryptocurrency sprung out of that. But blockchain was built right from the start to be able to create a notion of objective truth and control that objective truth through the growth of the platform. I am who I am, and it's in this block and it cannot change.
Yeah, so again, I think in a way this sounds very obvious, right? You've got blockchain, you've got data, you've got content, people want to have control over that content, companies want to have control, but you need to be able to utilize it, and that's how, you know, AI and Web3 are coming together. The other thing is, how are we going to move forward, right? And so this slide talks about fear. People are afraid as well. People are wondering, what is this going to mean to me? And I think, you know, we don't have an answer specifically, but what we need to do is educate ourselves. And so part of what I'm doing with this course on AI literacy that we're going to be putting out next week is, at a high level, being able to show people different avenues, talk about how to do it. When I'm getting ready to take a company to market, or go and do global expansion, or get a company prepared to be acquired, or do an acquisition, right? There are a series of steps that you follow. Those steps are, clear at one level, but also have some amount of finesse and are associated with the thought behind how you're going to do it. You look at your market. You've probably done lots of go-to-market strategies. I'm sure a lot of us in
Hundreds.
here have done those. So with AI, it's basically the same thing, right? We're going to have a number of use cases, and it's going to get broken down to a series of actionable and, types of applications and functions and functionality that we're going to need to utilize. And so, so anyways, don't be afraid. But it's going to be a high learning curve. When I first got into blockchain and crypto and Web3, I taught a bunch of courses. I wrote some courses for Microsoft and a few other people. And one of the things I would say to people, it's a steep but short learning curve. Like, there are fundamentals, and it's like, seems completely confusing that things would run independently, and people were always like, how does this work? And you can get down and talk about the mathematical algorithms and how all of, committing a block to a blockchain actually works. But the point is, once you kind of understand that concept and you can trust that the underlying technology is sound by having certain invariants. So when somebody talks about things like proof of work or, proof of stake, right? Those are algorithms that have been, proven. They're essentially what's called invariants. They're steps that once you get to that point, right, you then can prove essentially a tautology, and I'm not going to give the proof theory here, because I will talk about that for way too long. And you will, where you can then have confidence that that is a stage of something that you can trust. And so I see the same thing starting to evolve with AI agents, in that things that need to be executed, and these are going to be running all over the place, we need to be able to trust them. So they need to have certain amount of testing and, associated with that. And so when I start looking at systems, I'm always asking, how are these being specified? How are they being validated? And how can we trust them moving forward? And I think that's where a lot of the fear is coming. And so really it's taking things step by step, just like we did in other inflection points in technology. Things will move really fast, and just like at the early days of, crypto, people got their wallets stolen, and, it was like the Wild West, and that's, hopefully, there's still some of that stuff going on, but that's sort of calmed down a little bit by now, but anyways.
I love it. So, okay. So all of this fear also comes alongside opportunity. And the way this opportunity is going to look is, and we just talked about it, but there's sort of a way that humanity works. Moses brought up the idea the last time when he spoke at one of the AIFI conferences. He brought up this notion of coagination, where a whole bunch of smaller organisms sort of come together, and he just gave us the wrap-up signal. A whole bunch of smaller organisms come together and work together in order to solve a bigger problem than each of those smaller organizations can manage. So we come together, we work together, and in modern human society we call those corporations. It's all of us humans, smaller organisms, coming together, working together to solve bigger problems. But, go ahead. As we start to come together, pausing for a second, who here works in big tech? I love it, not very many. We come together, we solve a big problem. Once we finish solving that big problem, that superorganism stops having a function and we don't need it anymore. And so the next thing that happens is we splinter. Every single one of you is a technologist of some sort, right? Raise your hands, yes. You're all technologists, that's what I like to see. Good. After big tech solves the first big problems, then humans naturally splinter and start going back to solving those smaller problems again because we don't need the big organization to solve the big problem. Here's why. The way innovation works is each and every one of us has an idea that's just one little bit better than the previous idea that was given to us. I call it +1 innovation. We humans, we don't ever do +10 innovation or +100 innovation. That's not how we do it. But if there are 100 people in the room, and there are 50 here maybe, if there are 100 people in the room, we could together add all of our +1s. So we start with a small idea. And we add +1 from you, and +1 from you, and +1 from you. And at the end of that working session, which might take months or even years, we can have a +100 idea. That's coeducation. But once we've solved that, we're going to go back to our +1 innovation, and we don't need the super organization to do it anymore. So the opportunity comes in us breaking down again, moving into smaller organizations again, starting new businesses, being entrepreneurs, moving the industry forward, using ideas that don't require a super organization. And AI and Web3 and blockchain, frankly, is making that more possible than it ever has been before.
And big companies actually probably won't go away, but people shouldn't be afraid because there is a lot of opportunity. So with the fear comes, opportunity. All right, so we should.
We just did that, yeah. Thank you.
All right, so, well, thank you, and you want to go to the next slide where we have our. So we have a lot more slides because we talked a lot.
We did this already.
Yeah. All right.
You want the QR code up?
Yeah, we're going to put
the
the
QR code.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. And do we have any time for questions?
We're over.
We're over.
So
okay. Well,
you'll be here all night.
I'll be here all night.
Thank you.
Okay, people, oh my gosh, that's great.
Okay, here we go. Oh wow, that's really loud. I already have a professor voice, so I kind of don't want to use this, but I will. I will use this. While you all kind of sit down and chill out, early this morning, finally, my ChatGPT vision started working. I figured out that after reading Reddit, that you have to delete ChatGPT and then re-upload it, and then the vision capability will work. So I did that this morning. I know it's delete all the data. I always get scared when I see that little note. And then as soon as I did it, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna play with it. And so I did. And I asked it, showing it the room, and then I was like, well, I'm gonna show it me. And then it was like, you look like you just woke up. Like, I did just wake up, actually. So there's a little quick tip for you. Delete your ChatGPT and then re-download it, and then you'll be able to see when you press the advanced voice mode, it'll give you that capability of showing your screen, and then you can share your screen, and you can show it what you look like when you're waking up. Okay, so today I'm going to be sharing with all of you about insights from the field. So I'll wait for everyone in the back to have a seat. If you're not having a seat, you will distract me if I see you chatting, because I don't want to chat with you. So thank you so much. All right, so I'm just going to take 10 minutes of your time, and then I'm going to open it up for some questions. As you can see, I am really excited to share this all with you. So I'm going to try to get all of it downloaded to you. After I'll love to talk to you more about what's going on in the field. If you have questions that I can answer and I can help. At the end of this, I hope to make all of you AI literacy advocates with me, because turns out I can't clone myself yet. I'm not sure I even want to do that unless I have some kind of Web3 identification that's going to prove that it's me, you know what I mean? Because, come on. But I hope that by the end of this, I will have made you all join the team as AI literacy advocates for your own areas, because we all need to get on this so that our communities can have what they need to succeed, to be a part of the growth, the economic growth that we're going to see, the human growth that we're going to see. And so this leads to my LinkedIn, and what I'm going to start out with is a story. And I know we're streaming. I don't know how many people are streaming, but all of you people streaming, this is a secret story. So this stays in this room, okay? This stays in this room. I'm going to start off with a story from just this past Wednesday. I had 2 appointments to give guidance. I don't like the word consulting because we have some negative associations with that word. I, as a former professor of 16 years, English professor, I'm really big with words, and when I hear consulting, sometimes you go, oh, you know what I mean? I don't want to be known as a consultant, a guide rather. And so I'm going to 2 different schools on Wednesday. One was UCLA Extension, and I can name them because they recently hired me. This is hot off the press. You are first to know. It's not even on my LinkedIn yet, all right? I'm going to be helping them with not only public-facing programs in AI literacy, but also developing their programs internally and for a technical engineer program. Now, when I went to them to chat about what we were going to do working together, I already had someone who knew what was going on, who had used the tools, who was excited about what was going to happen, and wanted to start talking, how do we develop programs, how do we make sure everyone understands how to use this and leverage it for their different sectors. That was such a fun, easy conversation, you know? It was great. Talking. Let's do this, let's do that. It was like, we had so much to talk about. I left there, drove across town, literally, to, if you know LA, I went from Westwood to Glendale. God save our souls when we try to do that, you know what I mean? And so I'm in Glendale at a large college that I won't name. The person who asked for the meeting was wringing his hands. How do I make sure that I can make this palpable to my deans? Now, it was so stark to me how different this conversation was from my UCLA Extension conversation, where all the deans were already on board and I'm meeting with them all next week. They're all excited about it. This other gentleman was talking about, kind of like whispering almost, when we're the only ones in the room. He's like, AI, you know? And so when we had a conversation, what were we going to do? He brings in one of his other deans. I can tell that she was really kind of nervous about what this all was going to mean for her student life. Deans, what was she going to do for student life? What was this going to look like? And it was interesting, the dichotomy of the different conversations that I was having, even within that same college, right? And so today I want to talk to you about not only some of the companies and sectors I'm working with, but also what they are doing as far as how they're approaching AI literacy, and some ways that they're leveraging it to give you some ideas for potential programming, potential use cases that are easy, kind of low-hanging fruit. And then after that, I'm going to tell you about what I'm trying to do to ensure that there's available AI literacy for all. So first I'll start, I give you a story about the education sector. As you know, education, I came from academia. I was in academia for 16 years as an English professor. I also managed a program at Orange Coast College where I was teaching international students how to prepare for their bachelor degrees, teaching them research paper writing, etc. I saw what was happening in there. I saw how top-heavy those institutions are, and why the top-heavy element of those institutions are really nervous about what automation for their jobs is going to mean, because maybe it is indeed top-heavy, and they know that, and maybe in order to make education more accessible and affordable for our students, we need to cut the fat up there, and we need to make it so that we don't have heavy administrative costs, so that our students can actually access the education that they need. And so I'll tell you about also nonprofits. Nonprofits, I'm working with Goldhirsch Foundation. They hired me as their AI executive in residence. Sounds fancy, AIEIR. I feel like, Old McDonald when I say what I'm doing, And what they do is they farm me out, for lack of a better term, to different nonprofits to teach them use cases on how to leverage AI tools in their workflow. So you can imagine all the things. Getting AI, read.ai, into their meetings, okay? I've tried all of them, and read.ai is my favorite. They haven't hired me yet, but I'm hoping they will, because I'll be a great spokesperson for them. Downloading the text, the transcript, redacting PII, and then writing your report on that redacted PII transcript with ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever your favorite AI tool of choice is. Now, before, when I used to write reports based on, meetings that I had, it would take hours. Now, 15 minutes, because I'm doing the redaction part. That's actually taking a lot of the time. And then also editing, making sure that it covers all the parts I want, and then boom, there you go. Now, imagine, not only for reports, but for analytics of all of our nonprofits, our educational institutions, what programs are effective. They have access now to these tools, and they are having a heyday. So, as you mentioned earlier, as some of the speakers mentioned, there is that fear until they use it, and they're like, wait a second, I'm going to be able to start those other projects that I have been waiting to start for a really long time, but admin has been taking up the bulk of my hours every day. Now I get to work on those other projects, those other programs in the community that I've always been wanting to do. So, another example of that, Los Angeles Fire Department, we're working together to update their training bulletins. Their training bulletins, like most fire departments around the nation, are quite outdated. You can imagine how fast all of the technology goes, and they're not able to update these training bulletins super quickly because, number one, there's no one assigned to this job in not only LAFD, but all the fire departments. And number two, they're giving this as overtime to chiefs and captains who, as you can imagine, have other things to do, like saving lives, putting out fires, literally, And so now, instead of spending all their time updating these training bulletins, now they're able to, in concert with Canvas on ChatGPT, upload old training bulletins, note the areas that need to be updated, and then work on a workflow that's much faster than before. Another use case that is with an organization I'm working with, No Limits for Deaf Children. They have donors that speak that donate specifically to individuals, young people that are hearing impaired or have other challenges. What they want to do is they have been wanting to tag all of the pictures of Jose, of Jen, of Steve, and make sure that the donors see how Jen is doing throughout her learning progress. Because that donor is spending good money, and they want to see the evolution of Jen's education as she's learning in these programs. With Azure AI Studio, computer vision, we're able to, and Face API, tag the faces, and now they can grab all the faces, send those pictures to the donors. The donors excited to see that Jen is doing so well in her studies through No Limits for Deaf Children, and now they want to give more money. They want to support because they see real progress. Those are real applications. Another application I'll tell you about through Breakthrough Tech AI. If you haven't heard of this, please write it down. The website is breakthroughtech.org. There's multiple reasons I want you to know about this program. Breakthroughtech.org. What they do is they offer AI and machine learning curriculum on top of a bachelor's degree focused on women, because we need to get more diversity in gender into tech. Number one, because we're going to make more money when we have diversity. We all know that, right? They're focused on women, non-binary students, first-generation immigrants who are going to college for the first time, and Pell Grant recipients who are now able to access education and need to know how to build these solutions, these AI ML solutions for social impact, for big tech, for wherever they want to be, right? So what they'll do is they'll have about 10 weeks of AI ML curriculum. Then they'll do an AI studio where they have a hands-on project, working on a hands-on project for a big company, or for a nonprofit, or for a small business. They do this for free. The only thing is that the data has to be open source. That you can also hire them in as interns and use, you can use private data with that. And then they have them do a really cool Kaggle competition and they get into data. And so what we're doing together, I'm leading 4 teams as a challenge advisor, volunteer. We built, for Goldhirsch Foundation, we built a chatbot that's going to go, that already goes through all of their JSON files, looks at all of their grantees, and will direct website visitors to where they can donate and where they can volunteer, rather than keyword searching. You guys know those keywords, they're the worst, right? If you don't say South LA robotics, you won't get Solo robotics. But now with natural language processing, you're able to do that. Semantic search, natural language, boom, chatbot understands exactly what you're saying. And so look into that if you have students who are in high school going into college, or if you have a project that these students can work on for your companies. They can do this for free, and it's awesome because you give them, it's so win-win-win. You give them opportunities, you get an opportunity, and also you are helping our next generation with use cases that they're going to see in real life. And so breakthroughtech.org, I can answer more questions about that later. I also want to tell you that in a cheeky way, those who are a part of big institutions like government, education, or nonprofits that aren't ready to adopt AI tools, they are taking backdoor approaches to ensuring that their staff are keeping abreast of AI tools. What they're doing, for example, I'm working with Los Angeles African American Employees Association that works with Los Angeles County. Los Angeles County is going to take years to adopt and teach their employees how to leverage AI tools. So what they're doing is they are teaching their employees on the side, so that when these tools are adopted, everybody from their association knows how to use it. Backdoor approach. Similarly, for other institutions, I'll tell you that on the side. Since we're streaming, I can't tell you all the secrets, but I'll tell you, whisper in the back, all right? Come find me, I'll tell you about some of the other things that are going on. Another thing I'll say is that, and I'll wrap up with this and hopefully take some questions, we all need to become AI literacy advocates and trainers in our own respective areas. Not only because all of our sectors need to understand how to leverage these AI tools, because they are going to create solutions for your areas that those of us who are building AI tools and developers, we don't know your sectors like you know your sectors. We don't know the problems like you know your problems. For example, my cousin is an administrator for a CAO of a large unified school district. Turns out esports is charging millions of dollars to the school district, and none of the kids are using their tool. We can have analytics that checks this monthly and writes reports so that we can know what of these different vendors are being utilized. Do they need to be cut? Do we need to have credits back for these various tools? What are we going to do here, right? And so one way that I'm trying to solve this problem is I really love that the way Sam Altman said that AI is going to be the great equalizer. That's so true with access to education, isn't it? We need to make sure that we are evaluating these different courses that are being offered to us. A lot of the courses that are coming out are not dynamic. They're really static in nature, because after a week in AI world, it's out of date, right? And so what I'm doing is I'm creating an AI for good learning community that's going to be dynamic in nature, short demos, and a community where we're all learning together, because, as you know, agents are here. Mistral is calling their agents, like the chatbots that you can make through Mistral, they're calling it agents. Not quite agentic, but I like where they're going, you know. Obviously, ChatGPT is calling them GPTs. We got projects, and now ChatGPT has projects, thank goodness. Today, they announced projects and folders. I'm so excited about that. But I was going to say that if you're interested in joining the my AI for Good Learning community, here's a link there. I'm going to have materials so that you all can be trainers in your own right. You'll be able to download my Canva, put your logo on it, say it's yours, I don't care, because what matters is that the quicker we all adopt this general purpose technology, this GPT, the faster we adopt it as United States citizens, the faster our economy will grow. This general purpose technology has to be diffused, not just here in San Francisco, but in Crenshaw, where I taught on Wednesday, over in Minnesota, Montana, all the different places within our communities, because when everyone in our community rises, all boats rise. And that's what matters in this, that all boats rise, and that we're not in this whole player versus player mentality anymore. It's not PvP anymore. It's players versus environment, isn't it? We need to survive as humans. We need to survive and thrive for our children, my nephew. And so I encourage all of you to know that you have the ability to train yourselves, train others, and please go out and be AI literacy advocates, because again, when we rise and all of our communities rise, all boats will rise together. Thank you so much, everyone.
If you want to keep talking, take any questions.
I'll take some questions, yes, I know there was time.
We had a little time for break, and then we cut you short, so I don't want to, thank you for racing through it, but I don't want to cut you short. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. As you think of your questions, I'll tell you, I kind of went over my history real too quick. English professor, 16 years, UCLA Extension, UCI Extension, you name it, I freeway flew around Los Angeles until I got my 10-year position at UCI Extension, then quit during COVID, because that's what you do. You quit during COVID, man, and you do something new, because all of a sudden you start to see life and then it flashes before your eyes. I started a nonprofit for workforce development called Employ California, and I self-funded that, my little baby, and it's doing really well, but it's self-funded, let me tell you. And it's been a wonderful ride. And when ChatGPT came out for commercial use, I was like, who's going to teach us how to use this? We got to make sure that, and that's what I'm doing. Covertly, I'm trying to make you all teachers as well. You know what I mean? Questions? Don't mind Steve.
No questions.
Yes.
So are your courses more for people who are professionals? What about plain consumers who needs this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I have layers within the AI for Good Learning community. First, it'll be for personal use, so all the things we just randomly want to use it for. Second will be professional use. There'll be an area for nonprofits, and then educators. That's my expertise, and so I'm focusing on those areas. So regular consumers would fit into the personal use category.
It's all free right now?
Right now, it's unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to, but until OpenAI, starts to fund me, or I get some Bezos money, or whatever the heck, it's going to be for a really low cost. I'm going to only charge $20 a month for the dynamic, ongoing training. I've done a lot of research, and I know that there's a lot going for double, and it's static, and so I'm making it so it's dynamic and feasible, accessible for many. What I'm also doing is I'm working with foundations to open seats for grantees, for nonprofits, so that they can get it, access it for free. Yeah, great question. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Oh, I have one right here.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank
it was
you.
Really insightful. How do you find these opportunities to leverage AI in all these sectors you mentioned?
How do I find opportunities? Do you mean to train them, or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So are you asking how you can go and be an AI educator too? Okay, I hope. All right. I got one converted. Yes, that's all that matters. What I'd say is, number one, do the homework and learn as much as you can. I'm at 4,000 hours of AI study. I was able to do that because I was living on my life savings for about 2 years, and so able to do that. Now within my AI learning community, I'm going to show people the path I took. I'd say do all the free courses, do your homework on whether you should take the paid ones, because not that I'm going to mention any, I'll tell you in the back, but the ones that I've taken that were $3,000 that I would not recommend. The best thing I got from those were the network that I got within it, you know, not the education, because some of the materials were 7 years old. And if I told you the name, you would be so disappointed, okay? So let's, so ask me in the back and I'll tell you directly. But I'd say, once you have all the education, go to the various areas that you're a subject matter expert and tell them, here, create a curriculum, what you can offer, and say, this is what I can offer you, this is my hourly, this is what we can give you as follow-up materials afterward, and then just start going to the different places that you know need it. Now, it may take that you have to do a few things for free, you know, a few freebie trainings, but then once you start to get some recommendations, people will start to tell each other about your training, and then they're off you go, you know. And I highly suggest that each of you do this either on a volunteer basis or as a side gig or as your main gig, because we need this diffused amongst all of our sectors. Yeah, great question. Okay, thank you all so much. You can ask me more questions. I'll be back there. And I'm looking forward to Ken's presentation. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from Fetch here?
That's right, I'm going to announce Ken, Mr. Well, thank you, Jen. One more round of applause for Jen Garcia. All right, now it's time for Ken Nim from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, coming to us live from in San Francisco, from the city offices of San Francisco. Thanks, Ken, for coming, and take it away.
Thank you. Let's give it to Steve Evans. Now, it's hard to follow Jen Garcia. Isn't she an incredible speaker? And hopefully you could have shared some of those spicy stories that we wanted to hear. But first and foremost, before I start, before I even say my own name, I want to thank you all for being in the room and joining us today. You had any choice to do whatever you want on a Friday, rainy day, but you chose to be here, so thank you for spending the time. Again, I'm with the Mayor's Office of San Francisco in the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. It's live stream, so some of the stuff I'm saying, as some of you know, in the government, especially local government, some of our bureaucracy, sometimes we are slow to catch up, so some of the stuff I'm thinking and saying may not be what the city is offering. So it's a great way, innovative approach to really think through from a workforce perspective. Quick show of hand, how many people here are from San Francisco? All right, welcome locals. For some of you, I hear some folks, I know Jen traveled from the SoCal and New Mexico. Throw out some names, countries, states. San Jose, there you go, we got a lot of South Bay folks here. All right, any other country, international? I know Michelle from Montreal is helping us, volunteering, and you know, one of the things, just as a quick reference, down the block, right on the corner, Lata's Fountain, is, you'll see it, you won't miss it, when you step out to your right hand, you'll see in the middle of the island, 1906 earthquake, right, when the city was burning down. Right, that was one of the last remaining spots, so people met there, their families there. And our good friend Martin Kirkwood in the back, his family met at there and have pictures at the fountain. So it's a long history of San Francisco, first and foremost. Welcome, thank you for being here in San Francisco. We have a beautiful city, a lot of challenges, especially with new mayor coming on board next month. Right, there's a lot of these innovations with Sam Altman on leading his transition team. There's going to be a lot of AI conversation. So a lot of stuff I say here, and I was also open for recruitment. The city is hiring, so for folks looking for jobs, especially if you have AI background, make sure you go quick research, right? Sorry for using Google. Google search SFDHR jobs, and they'll get you the link and look for some of these jobs. Now, it's a little plug. So my office, what we do is we're making sure that all San Francisco residents are growing and getting support for these sustainable jobs. Businesses of all sizes, including startups and founders like yourself, right, are able to live and work and help other people in economic self-sufficiency. Right? For us, we're somewhat of a social service. So it's a very different perspective than you've heard throughout the presentations. We're really looking at workforce in the future of work from a public service perspective to be able to create opportunities, especially for communities that are underserved, marginalized communities, from immigrant, from someone that just came out of prison, what we call justice involved, somebody that is either got laid off, right, and you're looking for next opportunity, or just somebody just struggling, right? So how do we help leverage and using city resources to be able to help them? And AI, the impact of AI. You've heard from Jen, you've heard from Lucas, you heard from, Monette, right? There's a lot of impact coming. How do we prepare that? So that's what I will be talking about today. So these are some of our main objectives. As you can tell, I'm bureaucratic, right? These presentations are somewhat dry, but I'll try to keep it exciting, right? Our workforce division, we are in charge of a lot of the policies that oversee in city government resource for the public. Now, our human resources have a whole bunch of workforce development there, but my focus is really creating programs and funding nonprofits, partnering with private employers, so we can address the inequities in our workforce system. Now, especially in San Francisco, when we have a big economic boom, not everybody gets the benefit from that economic boom. How do we lift everyone up? And Jen was really great in saying that, right? Rising tides lift our boats. How do we do that? How do we create that rising tide? We support economic recovery. San Francisco is not as fast as other cities in recovering from the post-pandemic. So that's what we're working on. And making sure that community get access to the workforce system. And I'm going to talk specifically about the sectors we're currently training and what we're looking at, particularly from an AI perspective. Right? So and that's some of those pilot initiatives that is referenced here, and really just creating those, reversing that employment disparity that is impacting all of San Francisco residents. Our program is funded by your tax dollars, San Francisco tax dollars. So we want to make sure we support the communities that need that the most with our help. Now, real quick, that's the future of work, what I'm talking about, is these are our sector programs, right? So in general, if you come to our office, we fund nonprofits in our adult programs where we help people get jobs. We have one-on-ones of support. We have soft skills that we work with. We fund nonprofits to do a majority of this work, right? The city, in general, has about $16 billion as a haul-off for budget. Right? Our office is about $46 million in services, and particularly in the workforce, right? In the services that we offer is about $16 million. Right? So that small bucket, right, compared to the city budget. So that funds like your police, your safety, everything. So our portion is very small, but it's very impactful. So we have neighborhood workforce centers where if your friend or yourself is looking for a job, you could go to these specific neighborhoods to get access to those job services. We also have specific programs to help young adults. The city considers 16 to 24 as young adults. So there's a lot of our programs that is specifically for the young adults, especially when they need more help coming out of high school or even coming out of college without that network. Right? So these are our sector training currently. Right? So the good thing is this time next year, we're going to be issuing out a new request for proposal, our procurement. So if you're into workforce, and you're looking to partner or fund programs or train or educate some AI component, this time next year is where we're going to be releasing a new RFP, right, for individuals, companies, or nonprofits or yourself that wants to provide that service for the city. And I guarantee you there's going to be some type of AI component added to it. Currently, we don't have an AI component, and this is where, from now until next year, we're doing stakeholder engagement, working with the public to identify what the priorities are to incorporate into the sector training. Currently, we're doing construction, healthcare, hospitality, technology, and what we call industries of opportunity. So that could be, for example, there was an innovative thing we did City Grow, which is to help people in looking at growing marijuana, right? Innovative, right? That's something that, if you don't think of a government of doing, right? The photographer likes that concept. Right? And then also we have a program called City Drive. So before the pandemic, we trained people, and we're still doing it, to prepare them to drive for India. Right? So those are like industries of opportunities, and AI is, we've sprinkled it in some form in some of our programs. And business services for employers that are hiring, we work with them for referral and job fairs and getting people opportunities. Right? So this is where the meat of the discussion is. So all those sectors that I was referencing, right, are all going to be impacted from AI, the implication AI. You've heard the previous speakers. Right? From construction, what are those AI technologies that's potentially may replace, but definitely will make it more efficient or effective. So if you're not skilled up to prepare for those challenges, you might get eliminated from those jobs. Right? Or if you're not skilled up, you're more productive or you're more competitive for those opportunities. Construction is one of those sectors where the likely chance of you getting replaced are low, but there are still opportunities there. But a lot of young folks coming out of college now are looking at those opportunities where how can they get involved in jobs that's not impacted by the implications of AI. Healthcare is another one of those, right? Where there is going to be efficiencies. There are going to be some AI robots that's going to help doctors and nurses. But at the end of the day, you're, as a patient, you're going to trust a human more than a robot in doing some of the work, right? Even if it means doing phlebotomy. They may be more efficient, but are you going to trust a faceless robot to draw your blood, right? So those are some things to consider, but healthcare is a booming industry. We have we have an Asian population, and healthcare is one of the big sectors in San Francisco and across the state and the country. Hospitality is one of those also, potentially have some replacements, which I'll talk a little bit more, but then there's skills within an AI tools that's going to improve hospitality. It's going to replace some workers, but also is going to improve and increase some of the workers. Right? And technology is probably one of the most impacted work that's going to happen. You're going to replace programmers. There's still going to be some people you're going to need, but the implications of AI impacting this is going to be high, and there's other industries that we're going to explore. Right? So what we're doing for our office is looking at those impacts, looking at what those impacts are, how we can integrate those into the sector training, work with our nonprofits, work with you all, founders and entrepreneurs and builders, and how do we incorporate those training to prepare our workers. Because if you've seen these job zones, this is, I'm going to reference it, it's on the link below, it's published by that website on generative AI. This is a little old now, but then it kind of still reflected, it was published last year. Right? These are how they identified the job zones. And the job zone 1 are basically, you only need maybe 3 months of education or preparations to get these jobs. So for example, your sales worker, your fast food worker, you're working in dining, your attendant is hospitality, really entry level positions. Those you don't need that much training, but you still need some training, but those are the easiest jobs that, the easiest ways to get into jobs. And there's implications there, right? It's the disruption right here, they identify as low. But then when it does disrupt, it's severe. And this is the population that we serve in OEWD. Right? Those are the service workers, the immigrants, right? The folks coming out that may not have some of the higher education or may not have access to the higher education, especially from communities that's marginalized. Right? Traditionally, like black and brown communities that don't have the access to these resources, don't have the network. Right? They're the ones that are working these jobs, and they're the ones that have the most severe impact if their jobs get replaced, because they can't have the skills to take on the jobs. So what do we do as a city, as a society, as a community to get them ready for that? Because traditionally in school, how much time I have left, Steve? This is wrap up.
Yeah, a few, okay. Wrap it up and then you're comfortable.
So on this job zone 5, these are where you need 4+ years, like your programmers, your from project managers to a lot of the more unique, like a degree or certificate, MBA, business administration, things that need a higher education. Those, right, will be disrupted still, but then it depends on the disruption. You can at least have the resource to find another job or find a replacement or learn the AI skills or even pay for the AI tools that Jen was referencing, right? But not, this community won't have access to that. So how do we as a government provide those training to the marginalized communities, to provide them access to resource, to educate them and train them so they have the least impact and be prepared to transition their job when they get impacted. So that's our goal for our office. So I'm looking for you to provide that feedback. So follow us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on Twitter, because we will be posting like our stakeholder engagement where we'll have the different sectors. We'll organize like an AI component, bringing you all in to have that conversation to help us in designing what that would look like for workforce development. And then the RFP comes out, and if you are interested in applying for those RFP, there's a whole process. And if you're looking and interested in getting a job in the city, come talk to me, I'll stay behind. I've got a whole hack on how you get a job in the city. With that, I will leave it up for questions before we wrap.
Maybe one question?
Yes.
Do we have to actually live in San Francisco to participate in the conversation?
No, you don't have to live in San Francisco to participate in the conversation. The services that I referenced, majority of that, you do need to live in San Francisco, but there is programs that don't need to be living in San Francisco that we do support. Yes.
Can they deliver via Zoom or they have to be in person?
So during the pandemic, when we did this last time 4 years ago, it was all Zoom. This time it's going to be in person. There's probably going to be some virtual option also.
All right, Ken.
Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's leave Ken's QR code up there for just a moment. If you want to connect with Ken on LinkedIn, you've got it right there. Also, his LinkedIn is, he's linked in the Luma event, so you can just click on his name and connect with Ken there. He's doing a lot with the city to outreach and support groups like ours with facilities. So he'll also be involved with our Health Tech Week coming up. So next thing we're involved with that'll be pretty large is when JP Morgan Healthcare Conference is in town. We're producing a full week of events. We have some anchor events, and then we have a lot of partner events happening during that week from January 10th through January 19th. So without further ado, we're supposed to have a little break, but we're a little backed up, so we're going to move as quickly as we can into our first panel here. So Natalia, if you can organize the panelists.
All right. Welcome everyone at our first panel today. As mentioned a moment ago, it's going to be dedicated to the future of team management and productivity, and I'd like to further welcome our panelists. Actually, yeah, the panel was just hijacked because I just met Eleni, who is an expert in philosophy of AI, and she agreed to join us last moment. So we have 5 panelists today. Fantastic. So I would like to first start with a round of introductions. Could you guys please give us a few words about yourself?
Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting me last minute, and thank you so much for joining us today. I do philosophy of AI. I'm especially interested in the philosophy of cognitive science of AI and trying to leverage tools from cognitive science for human brains, for understanding the cognition of large language models, and trying to understand some conceptual foundations underneath the science of LLM interoperability. So that's what I'm currently working on. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you. Hi everyone, Lucas Root. I actually am doing sort of 2 things. I'm doing AI adoption, which Jen is doing better than me, obviously, but also differently. I'm working with very, very large corporations, and I'm helping them adopt AI from sort of a policy and procedures perspective, which is a lot of fun. And I'm also trying to solve really big problems. And what kind of big problems do we need to solve? Well, obviously, I don't know how many of you have gotten 16 different calls from telemarketers today, but I have. So that's one of the big problems that I would really like to have AI help me solve. Who wants that problem solved? Yeah, right?
Everyone.
And right on the other side of that perspective, how many of you have gotten more than 100 spam emails in the last 2 days? Yeah, I'm trying to solve that problem too. So that's the kind of big problem I'm looking to solve.
Awesome. My big problem is this cord isn't very long. Oh wait, here, we solved it. Here you go. Thank you. You don't have to solve that problem anymore. Hi, I'm Carl Miller, and I work with companies that are bringing AI into their organizations. So really helping companies understand how this can be used as a new tool. My personal interest, when where it really caught fire for me, was just looking at AI as this contextualized learning tool, where instead of just going to a training and having a big binder on my desk and forgetting what I learned in the training, all of a sudden as a leader, I could contextualize and know, oh, I have a meeting in 5 minutes, and I can learn about change management or elements of psychological safety and how to build that into the team meeting. I can be a better manager or leader around conflict resolution and get coaching and guidance and support around that. So that's where I feel the biggest impact in organizations is as we build and develop AI into the workforce. It's about productivity, but it's also about helping leaders be better leaders.
Fantastic. My name is Jen Garcia. I'm an AI literacy advocate, and as you already know, I'm trying to get all of you to be one as well. I'm focused on government, nonprofit, and education because of my background as a former English professor, 16 years, nonprofit, workforce development, 4 years, and focused on workforce development primarily in the government sector. And so because of that and seeing how it's actually amplified work in all of those spaces, I'm trying to make sure that that fear is really transformed into fascination, so that they can understand that it's not going to take their jobs, but rather augment what they're already able to do, and maybe take those things in the back end that they were trying to get done and solve that as well. One thing I'll say is that for these different organizations that I work with, like I mentioned, as soon as they see and they get experience with what it can do for them, really it highlights and really astonishes them, and they're able to imagine applications. And when I saw that I was able to learn Python as someone who was always told, if you're good at English, you're not good at technology, you're not good at math. Turns out that's not the case. We're actually all good at everything, we just need to learn it, that's it. And with these tools, we're able to do that, and that's one of my favorite things to teach.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Christelle Mambo-Ziga. I have 2 jobs. So officially I work, and I still work at Cisco Systems, so that's kind of my 9 to 5. Hopefully I'm not recorded. At Cisco Systems, I'm leading the strategy and planning organization for our observability technology app dynamics. So that's what I do. I'm a global strategy and planning leader, basically. I also been passionate about AI for the last 3 years. I started driving innovations within Cisco, within our technology, and as part of the CX organization. And the more I was learning about the technology, and again, I'm coming from an international business and economics background. By the way, I'm French originally, so I'm from La Sorbonne, and then I moved to the US 14 years ago. So learned about AI, learned about the potential and the power of this technology, obviously. And I also started learning about kind of the unintended consequences. So I started, uncovering some issues with some of the technologies that even had internally at Cisco. So basically, I joined the Responsible AI Committee. I started helping building our internal Responsible AI principles. And 2 months ago, I actually decided to not necessarily only driving awareness, but also being part of the solution. So I launched Digital Colorism, which is an impact audit framework that aims at identifying and addressing all biases that we can find across digital avatars. So it comes from AI-generated images, AI-generated headshots. Unfortunately, in 2024, they are still not working the way users are expected them to work. So that's the big problem that I'm trying to solve, making sure that we are not only identifying, but also mitigating biases. It is good for the users, it's obviously good for corporations, it helps with risk management, brand reputation mitigation, but also building better customer trust for organizations. So that's my second gig, Digital Colorism, and again, it's a new venture. I'm part of a Stanford incubator and accelerator, pitching my idea for the first time next week in front of VC. So it's been a busy last 2 months.
Fantastic, thank you so much for introductions. So let's start from a question about the skills of the future. So which skills the leaders and the employees of the future should prioritize, and what type of upskilling would you recommend to tech employees today? And also, what role do soft skills play in complementing technical AI capabilities? Who would like to take this question?
I can take this question. I offered you already have a teacher with you, Jen. I actually helped driving adoption of AI internally at Cisco because I was understanding that in order to be successful and remain our competitive advantage, it was not only starting with a strategy, nor the technology, which we are pretty much advanced with, it was really starting with the people. So as we are looking at empowering the people to leverage this technology and learn about this technology, they also have to understand that, yes, Gen AI, one of the skills that everybody should definitely be adopting. I was reading yesterday the job reports 2025 from Coursera, and they saw a surge of 866% in generative AI in terms of the demand from learners. So Gen AI, obviously one of the first skills. I believe that the previous speaker talked about the human touch. How to preserve the human touch. How to obviously be augmented by this technology, but also make sure that we differentiate ourselves as human beings from this technology. So from a human touch perspective, AI is not necessarily good at reasoning. I know that Apple Intelligence wrote a paper about AI not necessarily being that good at reasoning. So analytical thinking, critical thinking, all the skills are helping us to differentiate us, at least as until we don't reach AGI, are some of the two skills I would definitely emphasize on. The other ones are obviously around creativity. Yes, Gen AI can create, but it cannot create out of nowhere. It just ingurgitates data and then regurgitates additional data through outputs. Some additional ones would be emotional intelligence, psychological safety, again, all the human touch skills that are going to help us becoming better leaders. The last skills that I would recommend for all tech employees would be curiosity and lifelong learning. There was this study from Kian Kantarfush. He is the CEO of Coursera. He used to work a lot with Coursera. And he said that 10 years ago, when you were learning a skill, you can pretty much use this skill for, throughout your career, for the longevity of your career, for 40 years career. Last year, with AI, the longevity of the skill was only for that 5 years. And with AI today, when you learn a new skill, it only lasts for 2.5 years. So being a lifelong learner, remaining curious, and continuously learning new skills, new competencies would be some of the ways I would recommend.
I'll jump in with World Economic Forum. These are so good. Yes, yes, yes. World Economic Forum said that one of the top skills that rose to the top from 2015 to now 2025 is self-management. And underneath self-management was learning to learn as a skill. So yes, being a lifelong learner and knowing how you learn best as an individual. I'll add to that, knowing how your colleagues learn best, knowing how your children learn, your parents, whoever you're caregiving for, how do they learn? How should you teach them? And then also, one of the things I'm trying to get academic institutions to do is to turn their, let's say, as an example, their education, their English courses on its head. Instead of having heavy writing, because obviously we need to write and continue that skill for critical thinking, reasons and reasoning, developing reasons in that, but also instead of having that be the bulk of what's assessed, instead it should be arguing your point in a way that's going to be palatable to others, communicating well, presenting your point well, discussing well, discussing it under 1 minute so that you can get to the point. And having professors focus on those things in class, and then all the other stuff, like that flipped learning concept, doing that other stuff at home, so that the students are able to utilize the human collaboration element in the classrooms rather than focusing all on the lecture part.
Can I ask a question, or do you guys still want to comment on this? Yeah, sure. Please.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Who here in the audience knows how to make from scratch a bow and an arrow? Raise your hand. From scratch. We have 1. 2. Yeah, I do believe you. So what AI is allowing us to do is it's going to create a new era, and the tagline for this era is going to be the rise of the generalist LARPer. Who knows what LARPing is? Live action role play, right? The rise of the generalist LARPer. Now, what makes AI as a tool powerful today for you is that you already know a lot about a lot. You already know how to make a bow and an arrow in a very literal sense. You know how to make a pencil. But as your generalist skills continue to grow, your capacity to generalist LARP with a tool that allows that to happen in real time is going to be more and more powerful. The rise of the generalist LARPer. So as we grow, and this is why I'm so glad you pointed out learning how to learn, as we grow as a culture, as a species, as an animal, as we continue to grow into whatever it is that we are next, we're going to have to build in redundancies into our cultural expectations of our knowledge. Pause for a sec. Who took calculus and thought it was a total waste of time? Yeah, right? Every single one of us probably, or at least half. But it wasn't. It wasn't a waste of time. Maybe we didn't even know why it wasn't a waste of time until AI came out. Because now it can start answering questions that, frankly, if we didn't have a baseline of generalist knowledge, we wouldn't be able to evaluate the value of that answer. So the rise of the generalist LARPer, and the skills that are going to be so important in the future are the skills that allow us to continue to grow our generality, our generalist LARPing, and to continue to build our own internal intelligence, and that is art and music and debate and relationship building.
Awesome. If I may add, very quickly, 2 small points. The first is that I think of this as an analogy. The human is the architect, sort of like overseeing a project, and then there's a lot of division of labor everywhere else. But obviously, you have to be the one who has a very good understanding of everything else all of your laborers are doing. So obviously, you need all those generalist skills. And second, I just happen to be teaching an AI safety / ethics / future of humanity course in New York, and it's asynchronous, and I keep getting assignments that have a lot of AI-generated text, and sometimes I get kind of personally offended by that. But what prompts me to think about more is exactly what you were saying, that what I would like them to be cultivating and developing further is how to argue better. And it's one of the things that philosophy is meant to be doing, teaching you how to argue best. And so my solution to this, what if my student just submits an essay that's all AI generated, is I'm asking them to give very, very short responses and just try to see how well targeted their responses are going to be. So yeah, just as a sort of parenthetical point, especially if any of you is going to be an educator or is an educator or anything relevant to college education.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a question for Carl, which is what specific skills and mindsets should leaders develop today? This was unexpected. Okay, let's hope that. Yeah, this will not break down. Okay, let's try.
I think I get your question. So it's what do leaders use today, and how is AI?
Right. So how does the leader's role how is it changing, and also how do organizations help leaders adapt?
Yeah. So how many of you have been nervous or anxious around AI and how it's going to affect your job or your company? I mean, I'll share that. Okay. So I think that first and foremost, whether anytime we're looking at change within an organization, especially in this moment in time, there's anxiety, there's fear. And so I think one of the most powerful things an authentic, compassionate leader can do is bring a level of understanding of how to bring psychological safety in the organization, the teams that they're working with. And so how does AI assist in that? Again, I mean, for me, I think it's contextualized learning and understanding the mechanics of psychological safety, and how in any given moment a leader can really lean on, what I would call sort of, you can create this nice little custom GPT for leaders within an organization to better understand, how can I, prepare that for my team meeting or my one-on-one meeting or wherever, whatever it is I'm doing, because it's a big deal. And, there's a lot of people in organizations moving really fast. And I would say, how can we work with AI to move more slowly? So it's a fun little, there you go. Well, here you go. What does that spark inside of you? Oh yeah. So, and I think that that's the key, is that how can we slow down around some of this? And we're all crazy. Some of us are crazy. I'll say I'm crazy.
I'm crazy.
Okay, good. There we go. And so I think it's just a thought exercise around, one of the things, the case studies around Moderna, the case studies around IBM, and the Portland Trailblazers and Asana. One of the things that workers are saying as these great organizations move generative AI into the workforce is that workers are getting more time and they're feeling more mentally available and relaxed, and it's actually a good mental health thing when done right, if the appropriate levels of training are there. So I think it's an important piece that we can work with these tools, and it's starting to be proven to slow down and to have a better place of work.
And as a custom GPT that executives can build to create more relationship with their employees is a custom GPT on what is important to me as a leader in our organization. What am I reading? What are some articles I recommend? And building a custom GPT that your employees can interact with to know what to talk to you about, know how to converse with you, know what's on top of your mind. So it's nice for them to build something like that as a relationship builder that their employees can utilize and to learn more about their leaders and have something to talk about by the water cooler.
I really like when you shared earlier, Jen, that you shared this quote from Sam Altman that AI is going to be the big equalizer. I think that AI is also going to help us close some of the knowing, doing, leading gap, because all employees, all organizations, they know that AI is transformative. We know that we are not going back. It is, we are going full-blown into adopting this technology. From a knowing perspective, we know as employees that AI is also going to help us transform our work. We are going to be able to get more time for ourselves. You talked about the mental health aspect. And from a leadership perspective, going back to the chatbot you just talked about, from a leadership perspective, you know that you are going to be able to leverage this technology to transform your organization. So you know it's transformative as a technology, you know that you can transform the way you work, and you know that you can use this technology to also transform your organization as a whole.
Fantastic. I have a question for Lucas right now. So how do we even measure productivity now in terms of AI, and also compared to traditional metrics, and also how can these AI tools be used to maximize productivity without creating dependency?
Without creating dependency, I'm not sure that could be done. we might be overreaching here. I've been following productivity metrics for decades, and a really interesting thing happened in 2017. We Americans, we have an ego around the idea that we're the most productive nation, and for good reason. We earned that ego. This is going to cycle back to the last question too, by the way. When we invented the modern version of the assembly line, we did something really truly extraordinary now almost a century ago, and we've taken that forward. And so we started measuring productivity even back then. We measured it in widgets, and widgets created per hour. And the modern version of productivity assumes some measurements of widgets created per hour or something like that. Emails or phone calls answered or processes executed. It's all the same thing. It's widgets created per hour. And as computing has made us significantly more productive, it's given us a lever. It's created the opportunity for massive amounts of leverage. The amount of time that we have to spend actually creating widgets has decreased. And in fact, we've used this slack in that opportunity to do other things, like meetings. So in 2017, the average white-collar worker, so again, we measure productivity for white-collar workers very differently than we do for blue-collar workers. The average white-collar worker fell under 3 hours of productive time spent per day on average. Some of you picked your heads up from that, 3 hours per day in 2017. And at exactly the same time, the total number of productive hours that an average employee puts in over the course of the year was superseded by Germany for the very first time ever. And so the United States is no longer the most productive per capita country in the world, or culture in the world. We do not any longer create the most widgets per hour. Now, what's interesting about this is that we are 60% of new AI tools are actually being created right here in San Francisco, not just in the US, but here in San Francisco, 60% of them.
TikTok as well.
And this is going to change the way not only we are productive, but how we can measure it. We no longer have to worry about how many widgets we create. And frankly, at the exact same time, we also no longer have to worry about whether or not time is spent in meeting, which used to be a detractor from your productive capacity, but it was acceptable because we had such massive leverage from computing. We no longer have to worry about time spent in meetings being non-productive time. All of a sudden, we can use an AI tool. We can sit there in meetings. We can actually listen. And our tool, as Jen very effectively pointed out, using Read AI or something like that, can be simultaneously parallel track productive for us. Our productivity is going to shoot up like crazy. Now, we're going to need several different AI tools that are working in concert. One, to be able to make those meetings productive, and two, to be able to start measuring them, because the same tool can't do both at the same time. But we're going to actually be able to start seeing time spent in meeting as super productive time instead of sub-productive time.
Thank you. And I have a question for Jen. Jen, since you work with universities, universities are have historically been our source of highly skilled, specialized labor. And how do universities adapt, and how do they improve their curriculum to prepare the students for this AI-driven future? And also, what do you see in terms of trends for how students, how today, like young people, what channels of education do they prefer?
I'll say that in the universities and colleges that I'm working with are very much on the step 0 of adoption. They're in... No. I will give an example that I learned from the OpenAI forum of Wharton School, in which they're using ChatGPT EDU internally for their professors to understand what each other are teaching about. They upload their syllabi. They'll be able to query what are the trends in the syllabi for the business department. Obviously, it's a business school, but what are the trends in this area, in this topic, whatever, and they're able to use that to inform themselves as they are innovating in their various classes. I think that's so cool. There were so many times as a professor, I wanted to know what the professor across the hall was talking about, so I could weave that in and learn from them as well. Another way that they're doing this is they are taking all of the transcripts from their classes and they're making that available to the students to query through ChatGPT.edu, or edu, excuse me. And now the students are able to use that information to interact and learn more and have time with the professor that they wouldn't usually have because the professor has to jet off to another school, another class, etc., or research. And so that's one way that is really innovative, I think, that I wish all universities and colleges would adopt. And the second question you asked was about how students are leveraging it. As we know as professors, students are using it to write, which means that we need to ensure that that is a low ask in our curriculum, and that rather than having it as something that we're countering an adversary, what I would do and what I'm telling other professors to do is have them query and augment their own critical thinking skills through conversation with AI. So let's say, and all of those things can be, let's say they're using ChatGPT, they can share that thread of conversation with their professor, and they can see the back and forth and how much was the student's ideas, how much was the AI's ideas, etc. I know Convico.ai has ways that you can do that as well. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I was also.
Can I tell a quick scenario around a student that I'm so proud of? It's my son, who a year ago or so, he cheated on a paper using ChatGPT and got caught because he copy-pasted the prompt as well. So, and the proud dad moment, this is great, about 3 weeks ago, he cheated again and he got an A without putting the prompt in there. So I'm so proud of him, so proud.
You know what's funny is someone who also went to an OpenAI Dev Day, they used my LinkedIn OpenAI Dev Day as, they fed that into ChatGPT and said, write one like this. And ChatGPT didn't change the first few lines. It was exactly my words. And so I emailed him and I was like, hey, guess what? I saw that you used mine, And he's like, oh, I'll change a few words. And it's like, that whole thing's my idea. So lots of things, a lot of questions here, but I love that story.
Cool. Yeah?
So, you already know this stuff and you're going to love it. So, quick question. How many times do you have to read something before you've committed it to your memory on average? Yes. 3 times. Now, here's an interesting question. If you have to read something 3 times, the same thing, 3 times to commit it to memory, what if you're listening? How many times do you have to listen to something to commit it to memory?
7 times?
18. 18 times. So an English professor who's standing in front of you and giving you a lecture is going to have to repeat that lecture 18 times. How many English professors want to repeat that lecture 18 times to the exact same students? Go ahead. Answer 0, right? Not a single one, right? 18 times. You need to listen to it 18 times. But because of the amazing tools, the tools that you just mentioned, the amazing tools that are available to us that are hopefully going to be rolled out into some institutions like yesterday, but realistically sometime in the distant future, those 18 times are going to be available to that student, not just as a soundbite, but as an interactive tool that they'll be able to prompt and play with and message back and forth and read 3 times and ask questions and get the questions asked back by a tool that is built from bottom to top to want to make it fun for you.
Great. So I still have...
I have a quick learning lesson now. I don't know why my whole family is learning through ChatGPT, but this one isn't cheating. I went through. I wanted to get a Salesforce credential around their associated AI stuff, but it was like 700 pages of content. I wasn't very good at school, but what I did is I broke up the content and had it quiz me one at a time. And within a week, I got a B on the proctored exam. So woo! Didn't cheat. What a great role model.
Maybe you can just to add something, because I'm a lifelong learner. I love to learn. I love to read papers on ethical, social, societal impacts of artificial intelligence. Maybe I'm going to start doing some philosophy of AI as well, like Eliana. Eleni. I love the intermodality of the technology, right? The fact that now when I have to read a 30 pages paper from Anthropic on how they are mitigating AI risk from a responsible AI perspective, I don't necessarily have to go through the 30 pages. I just plug the PDF into a notebook LLM, and I can learn, through audio. I can obviously read, I can write, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for students to have learning opportunities that are going to cater to the way they learn through intermodality opportunity with artificial intelligence.
And I'll add that Notebook LM made it so that we could join the conversation of the podcasters, I think today or yesterday. So now we get to join. And fun fact, they noticed that the woman's voice in that podcast element is a sidekick. What's going on with that? Yeah, what's going on with that? So why can't we say, oh, I want 2 women speaking? So Google, I hope you're watching, right?
I guess it's a kind of open-ended question, and like as someone who likes AI tools and wants everyone to learn about them and use them as in the best way they can, I'm often wondering like what would be the role of writing and what is sort of now the purpose of teaching students how to write and how to write well. Especially again, if you want to integrate the AI tools, if you want them to engage in this sort of like Socratic dialogue, like help me understand the topic. So I'm just leaving this kind of open there. Like, is teaching them how to write something that we should be working on right now, or should we start replacing it with all the other skills that might be more useful and they might just make them better overall and more employable and so on?
So I also have a quick question for you, since I know that you're also very involved in the discussion, debate around the ethical challenges associated with using AI in team management. And so what are the biggest challenges that you notice in today's way of utilizing the AI?
Are we just thinking about sort of state-of-the-art LLMs in current like industry environments? Well, I guess one problem I can think of is sort of like over-relying on LLMs, which might just be sort of a challenge just because of not being super accustomed, not being super educated, not being super familiar with how to use those systems. So often, maybe examples like what your son did, just like ended up having kind of a messy result because of not being as good as using the tool. But I guess that's not so much an ethical problem so far. And the ethical concerns that I spend a lot of time thinking about have to do with models that become increasingly more capable, and they could get out of control and could be models that we don't really have oversight over, which is another way of saying that, let's say I input a text or a book that I want the AI to summarize, and maybe I don't have oversight over all that, but I do have oversight over, let's say, just a page. Like I can tell whether it summarized that correctly or not. But as you scale increasingly more, how are you going to be able to tell that the AI is actually aligned with your goals? So that's more or less the problem I'm interested in. And I think it does appear right now in a smaller scale, but we should just expect it to get like more and more prominent as systems become more and more capable. So that's sort of like the big picture idea.
Thank you so much. So I hope we still have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, like quick ones. Is that okay? Yeah.
Wait, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Mickey, yeah?
Yeah, I noticed that the title of this is The Future of Team Management and Productivity, and I'm kind of curious, what about teams and productivity?
Can I share a really cool thing I would like for all of you to look up called One? It's a new tool that is a startup here in San Francisco that actually uses, speaking of teams, what they're doing is they are voluntarily, your employees or your team will share the cultural ways that they like to communicate, different things that they would like the manager and their team members to know, so that when collaborating, that is on the back of your mind when you're approaching different challenges. And so I can imagine so many times that if I wish I knew that someone was okay with confrontation and that person wasn't, you know. And so they're making that, they're enabling that type of product. So that's one. So I'll bring that up.
And a new study from Section School, the Scott Galloway company, shows that if you have a leader that is proficient in an AI and generative AI skills, that the team will follow. If the leader is embraced in fear and anxiety, the team will fail. So it's a pretty straightforward correlation.
I was going to grandstand for a bit because I haven't really spoken to this topic. But Mickey, I'm glad you asked that because I created a little project at a hackathon called Scrum Master.ai. And I think there's an area where, not that AI will replace us, but can make us more powerful when we're talking about teams and we're talking about productivity, that we can use these tools now in a multi-party dialogue. We actually built this and it effing worked. So I'm excited for the opportunity to have what may have previously been just a coordinator position, just like keeping the docs and running the meeting, to put AI in that role so that the humans in that meeting can be more of the creative doers. And I think we want to get moving on to our other panel because we want to stick to time as much as we can. I want to appreciate this panel and Natalia for doing so much great work getting these panelists together, curating this, and organizing the questions and the conversations. And we have another panel coming right up. Our final session of the day.
Fantastic. The final panel of the day. So now we can talk about all the controversial things, right? It's Friday 13th, we are excused. And now, it's a freestyle because it's a future of work, no constraints. So, and we have very good, very strong panelists here. So first, we would like to start from a round of introductions. Yeah, please, Jorge.
Okay. Hello. Yes, I am Jorge Zavala. I am a guy that I love to run all in the impossible kind of things, and I try to work with people in a way that how to put you to think in getting into the unknown places. Can you imagine to reach into a country that there is no map, that nobody knows what is there? That's the life that we're going to live in the AI. And that is the kind of things that I want to work with people. I do a lot of consulting. I am working in a project that is called How You Discover Your Disruptive Learning Experience, that is a learning practice that everybody that wants to do something innovative is capable to identify what has been done in his life in a way that can do in the future. It's something that I really want to see, not looking in the past, it's looking how we're going to make it a better future.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicole Serena Silver, and I have been focused on the future of work for a long time. I was contributing to Forbes on the future of work. My businesses have been focused on purpose and work, and finding your direction based on who you are, which is so important in the time of AI where we need to be adaptable. We really need to know who we are. I'll dive more into that on the panel. And I coach entrepreneurship and I teach entrepreneurs. I'm definitely multifaceted, and a big part of what I do is creating impact at scale for people, very focused on supporting what the future looks like with the workforce.
Hello. Hey everybody, my name is Mickey. Hello, thank you for coming. I am a maker. So I'm a product designer. That means if you look around, everything that you're wearing was designed by somebody. And your shoes, and your glasses, and your phone, and the car you were in, and the chair. And it's this sort of hidden thing and I went to school for industrial design to learn how to make things. If you make one of something, that's a craft. I make a chair. If I have to make 100,000 of those chairs, I have to understand how they all go together. And design kind of sits in an interesting space. If it's about things to things or machines to machines, we call it engineering. If it's about people to people, we call that the social sciences. But design actually has to understand people and understand how to make things. And so we sort of sit in the middle of that. We have to be about both people and things, and really put people first. And so I started an educational institute called Monette Institute, and we taught around 100,000 people around the world how to co-create with each other and how to co-create for others. And I also spun out 6 or 7 startups, and then I helped build the Future of Learning team at Autodesk. About 50 million kids monthly use Tinkercad. If you're 6 years old or 60, you can use Tinkercad in a Chrome browser. About 20 million people use Instructables, which is social tutorials. And then most architects, product designers, James Cameron, Avatar, etc. Most of the built world is designed in Autodesk products. 80% of the skyscrapers, most of the Nike shoes, most of the video games, and most of the Hollywood movies. So we really care about makers. And I also pioneered the beginning, initial stuff around generative design and generative AI at Autodesk, and how we might apply learning, sort of goal-directed learning for individuals over their 40-year career, and have AI help them level up across their careers. And I'm just happy to be here. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm Steve Ekman. I'm one of the organizers of the event today, so I appreciate everybody coming. And I kind of work in AI, I guess, because I create these events. I use AI. I'm in awe of what people are building and how this is changing society and how we work. And I've had a number of careers. I'm not just an event producer. I started in broadcast media, television, radio, part of an ad agency, and just seeing how AI is changing that field, how now I can just manifest what I need. I think we'll get to talk about how the work is moving and what individuals can now do that's much greater. And I think technology has always provided that path, from even our iPhones and being able to make movies on iPhones. And then I was a serial entrepreneur. I've helped get a lot of companies off the ground, had my own startup, and post-COVID got into bringing people together, because that's what I think was lacking in the world, was all the people that were working online. And I spent years in Discord building decentralized organizations, and then it was time to get people out of the house, and thank you for being a part of that.
Fantastic. So let me start from asking a question to Vicky, which is, what are humans good at versus what is AI good at?
So the question is, what are humans good at? I'm actually curious, if you could only tell me 3 things that humans are good at, that you think that humans are uniquely good at, what would they be? Can someone shout out like one of the things? What do you got? Ingenuity? Okay.
I was thinking about the human touch.
The human touch.
Yes, the human touch.
Connection. Interesting. What else? You were going to say connection?
And maybe
curiosity. Creativity, curiosity.
Brain to hand coordination.
Brain to hand coordination.
Yes. And community.
Community, yeah. Execution. Yeah, we apparently do stuff. We make stuff. In fact, we can't help ourselves. We can't help ourselves. We make stuff. And it turns out that in a Darwinian world, meaning makers are very successful. That's why humans are around. It turns out that that's a good thing. Well, if you look at what makes humans humans, we could spend the rest of the evening talking about the weirdness and the joy and the wonder of humans. But I think it is creativity, it is community, it is those things. We also reason through analogy and metaphor. Every single thing we do, even our words, are really analogies and metaphors and things like that. And 70% of the big breakthrough disruptions that actually change industries, change science, according to most of the researchers out there who study over 100 years of research, 70% come from something called acceptation. acceptation is where you leap from one industry, one discipline, and you see some weird pattern and you apply it somewhere else. So a guy with a chocolate candy bar sitting in his pocket walks by a radar dish at Raytheon, a big military contractor, and the chocolate bar melts. And that becomes the Amana radar range oven. And so it had nothing to do with radars, it had nothing to do with defense contracting. But this leap happens, and we have to be curious and pay attention to it and see it. But one of the other things I want to flag, because the AI is actually turning out to be pretty interesting and curious and creative as well. And you can ask it to look at two very different white papers or science papers articles and tell me all the analogies and metaphors that connect the two. So it's a great helpmeet for you in that regard. But one of the things humans are really good at is a mental model. What is a mental model? Real quick. What's a mental model when I say that? Mental model. Framework, yeah. If you live long enough, we call it wisdom. From the time you're born until the time you end up under the grave or singing with the angels, you're accreting a model of the universe inside of your head. It's a mental model of the universe. And there was a recent study with 9-month-old children versus the fastest GPT models, and the 9-month-old children did better at predicting agency in others. Because we've got a really robust model. Today, there are no AI systems that have a model. And that's why it's fairly easy to get them to lie, it's fairly easy to get them to seem nefarious. They can make plans and tell you what they did, but they actually don't do what they told you. So this essence of humans being able to actually have wisdom and a mental model and generate all that with basically a hamburger and some fries, right? Your kid can do this without consuming 20 gallons of water, which is what a typical query on ChatGPT takes, and lots of electricity, is stunning. And that's because of 4 billion years of R&D from this thing called life on Earth. But machines are good at a bunch of stuff too. They're now creative. They're now able to help you reason with metaphor. They're now able to do a number of things. So it's not necessarily that we should say it's us versus them. And I do think that that's often how it's set up. If I was a jazz musician and somebody said Wynton Marsalis was going to show up tonight and improvise with me, I would not say no. I want every smart, weird, creative person on my team possible. And so I'm going to enlist whatever it is to help me and help my group and help my community strive.
Great. So actually relating to the concept of creativity, I know that Jorge, you spend a lot of attention, like dedicate a lot of attention to studies over creativity and innovation. So a question for you would be, how does the concept of creativity is changing now that we have AI, and how human and machine-generated creativity can coexist? And also, what does it mean, for instance, for entrepreneurs like us?
Well, that is going to be one of the more fascinating times, because one of the things that you need to foster creativity is to have curiosity. And you can generate questions that you say that you can make live. And a lot of people say, well, the machines can hallucinate. Well, we need sometimes hallucinate to create great ideas, and that comes to generate creativity. And in some way, we are now in the time that we can ask for crazy things that are going to help us to develop ideas. And that ideas, we can bounce it with the AI into different ways. How many times you were in the times that you need to do a presentation and you were afraid how it's going to be reacting the people in the presentation or in the meeting? Now with AI, you can make crazy, you can generate some kind of different profiles or different avatars that allow you to get the different points of view that people that you are expecting to have, and that fosters your creativity. In my point of view, today we are going to be much more creative. We are going to be reaching unimaginable places in a much faster time and more safe.
Awesome. So I have a question for Nicole, since I think it's good now to turn a little bit toward predicting the future, talking about the future. So at the previous panel, we spent some time talking about the skills of the future, and I would like to ask you, what is your predictions about the new professions, new roles that might come next? And also, my next question will be, because I know you have certain predictions about the socio-economic system of the future. It's actually an elephant in the room, but I think we are here to discuss, right? That hard questions, and you're that person to do it, so.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So when I think about the skills for the future, I think about the Industrial Revolution. I feel like we are at a precipice right now of something that's totally new and similar to what the Industrial Revolution went through, which there is going to be a very difficult time that we're going through right now, and there will be job loss, but there will also be totally new job creations. What those look like, we don't necessarily know. So knowing the foundation of who you are is a key factor in being able to be adaptable. Knowing what your values are, what you're passionate about, what your skills are, the core essence of all these pieces that make us uniquely who we are, we can take those and we can adapt those into different types of roles. Now, when I think about the future and what the future of work looks like, if I were to look at some of the trends that are happening right now, so for example, we see a lot of stuff happening with cryptocurrency. That is fascinating, what is happening and what's evolving and what does that look like? Are NFTs going to be coming back? I think that NFTs only got a small speck of what they actually can do. NFTs, we're talking about art, but there's so much more that NFTs can do. Are we going to bring that back? Is that a new industry? Are there going to be new jobs that are going to come forth because of that? I think that that's a really interesting industry to be looking at. Cybersecurity is huge. One of the articles that I wrote was on the future of work, and the future of work, BDJ Brian,
David Johnson.
David Johnson, thank you, exactly. I interviewed him, and he's a futurist, and he looks at what the future of work might be looking like. He works with military and so forth, and one of the biggest things that he said, I asked him, what is the thing that we need to be the most afraid of in the future, and what's the most, dominant thing that we need to be thinking about? And he said, information warfare. And I think that we're all seeing that right now. That is happening left and right. And I think that that's also an industry that we need to be looking at. Also on the entrepreneurial side of things, entrepreneurship right now, I'm an entrepreneur. And I love all the tools that AI is providing. It's incredible how I can boost my business in ways that I've never been able to before. I personally don't love social media and doing social media, but ChatGPT definitely helps me. I'm less hesitant with ChatGPT. And I think that it just opens up a whole new world for entrepreneurs, which I'm really excited about. And entrepreneurs are going to be needed during this time in terms of what is it that we are going to be needing for the future of work.
Yes?
Well, I love your point of view in that sense as an entrepreneur, but something that you triggered my curiosity is how is going to be the tools of the future or the profile of the future. When Natalia, you invite me, I answered to you a question that I did to ChatGPT and say, list 100 new professions in the future, and that was a list of things that I had no idea that they existed. Can you imagine how is going to be the future? You say today you are happy with the tools that are provided. I am not happy with the tools. It's which tools we are going to build, and people like you in places like here. Can you imagine, I recall the first time that I saw VisiCalc. That was a long time ago and was just coming into the market, and nobody knows what that means, a spreadsheet. And today everybody uses spreadsheets. That is the kind of things. What is going to be the spreadsheet within 5 years from the AI? What is going to be that kind of tools that you are able to do things? I write a column in one business newspaper in Mexico that every time I wrote the column, and after I finish the column, I provide to ChatGPT, give me the feedback, about the audience profile that is going to be reached, to know what is the expectation if I am conveying the right ideas or not. And that is tools that we are going to have that everybody. At the beginning is somebody crazy saying how to do it. But we saw today this marketplace for avatars and agents. I never think about that. Can you imagine that you can be using agents by the minute or by one consultation at a time? I really love it. I really see that as the eBay of the future in some way. And we were just watching something that appears to me is an application, but it's maybe an application that can change the way that we live.
Fantastic. I have a question for Stephen now.
I'd love to just speak to that briefly, because while we were sitting here, I realized, like, I was asking myself the question, and I wonder, for each of you, what percentage of your time is spent doing the menial tasks in your livelihood, and what percentage is actually like delivery? And what I realized is that there's so many AI models right now where I can go to them and get 80% of the way, 90% of the way. And I think where the human in the loop is still going to be hugely important. No matter what that 80% is, there's still another 20% or 10% that the human's got to take it to get it to delivery. That review process or whatever that is. So all the previous work, and I think we're tinkerers. And one of the things I learned in media was, like, when you're showing something to a client, they're gonna find something they want to change, even if it's perfect, because we have a critical eye and we like to contribute to what we're working on. So sometimes the trick, we embedded something that we knew they would want to change so they could focus on that and leave the rest of the shit alone, because we knew it was perfect. We spent enough time on it. But really, I think it's, no matter what it is, image generation, let's just take that for example. I get an image back. It's great, it's 80% of the way there. A lot of the graphics that we make for these events in video, but I need to get it to 100%, or at least 90%, good enough. And I still find that I need to use the editing tools. I can re-prompt it as much as I want. It's never gonna do that last 10-20% that I want, because I've got that vision in my mind.
And that's interesting, because you can make things that the people want that, you don't put that into the prototype with the demo in a way to engage your customers. And that changed the way that we manage and behave with different people.
Right, I had to learn that. It wasn't an easy.
Stephen, I know that you're active in the startup and VC space as well, and organizing events also in the space of agentic AI. So I would like to ask you for some insights from that space, since these AI agents are often envisioned as a direct competition with human workers. So did you notice any interesting trends recently? Because I know that there was recent outburst of interest in agentic AI. So are there any developments that you could, that you foresee to really steer the job market in the near future?
Well, I think it follows a bit from what I just said. Agents are just AI being able to do more of that 80% and linking things together. Just we talked about crypto, and I look at crypto because I'm also spend a lot of time in that world. I see cryptocurrency and NFTs as art, trading. Those are the primitives of the technology. There's so much that can be done with the technology, and I like to say that blockchain is going to be the security layer for AI, because I think we need, in this disinformation, information wars, we need to know where our shit is coming from. So I'm going to use some colorful language, but I think that by using, let's say for one instance, using blockchain technology to digitally sign media along the way, I can say this is mine, and nobody else can say, if somebody changes a word, AI can always go back and look at the original that was signed and say, no, there's a diff here, and you change the meaning, and that'll be the future Snopes. But getting back to agents, I think it's chaining AI together. So right now we're dealing with the primitives. The primitives are, I give it a chat prompt, it gives me a chat response. I give it an image prompt, it gives me an image. And now, what if we chain all these things together? We're in the process of doing, and we're trying to push that. You know, there's a lot that's not there yet, but I can see it'll easily be there. Like Renee, who is working with us on this event, we were trying to get data from the website, and we're able to use a thing called multi-on, which is focused on agents, to look at the page, to take actions, to click, to grab data, to put it in another place. It was expensive because we ran out of tokens, but we can see it going there. But you know, how many times do we have to go to places, copy text from here, paste it there? That's the work for an agent. And I think what agents will do for us more and more is change our human-computer interface. One of the first, just for example, I don't want to hog the space, but it just brings back, when I built my first startup company, it was a mobile audio guide. And what I looked at, and it was audio. And what I looked at was, how do we interface with the machine? You know, we were going from typing 80 words a minute if you're a good typist. We speak 140, 160 or faster. New York, probably 200 words a minute. And then we went to these phones, and how many, you know, with our thumbs, you can only get out like 20 words a minute, 40 if you were like screaming. And we were like actually diminishing. We're advancing technology, but our ability to communicate with the device was becoming more difficult. Now it's catching up. So now we have voice to voice, we have multimodal, where it can recognize images. So I think it's more and more in the near-term foreseeable future, 2 to 5 years, it's just going to continue to evolve and get better and better at what we can imagine it doing. But I think it's not going to probably never complete the 80 or, you know, that last mile.
I just want to throw something out that I think is a really important factor to incorporate when we're talking about the future of work, is that I think there's a lot of fear around AI, and there's so many people that are playing defense around AI, and that needs to stop. You need to embrace it because it's here to stay. So incorporating it is going to be an important factor. The defense it's not us against AI, it's how do we start utilizing AI, and that will put you ahead in the job market.
I want to add on to what you just said. So yeah, I do think it would be crazy to think that it's all just going to go smoothly, and I'm going to always be vital, and I'll be able to find a great job and provide for my family. I do think that is really what people are worried about, is the sort of Maslow's hierarchy. Can I keep clothing on my body? Can I keep a shelter over my head? I do think that's a natural thing that we're all facing more than ever. It certainly happened during the Industrial Revolution, and this one is going a lot faster. I think the speed is the thing that's scaring us. I have a lot of trust in humans. I know that sounds weird because I also don't necessarily like oligarchs, but I have a lot of trust in humans that don't get too much power, because we know power corrupts. So, but I have trust that if you're like a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old kid growing up with a single mom in an inner city, in the worst drug-infested neighborhood in the world, you out-survived 5 major die-offs of all life on Earth over 4 billion years. You're a badass. Like, just by definition. And what happens is we treat these kids as if they're a deficit. And then we like try to give them, like, you know, we have low expectations. Well, I don't know what they're gonna do. Maybe we're gonna have to have minimum basic income for them or something, because they'll never do it. You know, and if you have low expectations for somebody, they rise to that expectation. And I frankly have really high expectations for people. But it's gonna be scary, and it's gonna take work. And I think part of it is learning new skill sets. And we've talked a lot about skill sets. But another part is learning and playing with these tools. when you use a piece of wood and you try to make a piece of furniture. I teach classes in building impossible things. And I set them up with a bandsaw. And a bandsaw can cut your fingers off really easily. It's a really cool tool, but it's dangerous. But if you push a piece of wood through it with the grain, it chatters all over the place. The wood is teaching you something. And if you push it against the grain, it cuts really smoothly. And so we have to be able to play with the tools, but we also have to be able to learn from them because they're teaching us them. The world is teaching us every second. So I think we have to look at that, but that's skill sets and tool sets. But the other thing, and the last panel talked about this too, is mindsets. And mindsets are free. Tool sets you can buy, skill sets you can learn. Mindsets are free, but they're the hardest to change. And we often learn them fairly early in life, and then we spend the rest of our lives exploiting whatever that mindset was. It's very hard to change a mindset. And so then the question is, how do we actually invest in ourselves to grow our mindsets and to play with that? So it could be the mindset of being a designer and looking at how people use things, or discovering unmet needs, or the mindset of debate, or the mindset of other things. But being able to put on those different mindsets is going to turn out to be really important.
Okay. Yeah, good answer.
I just have to jump in here with one more category, is understanding the core patterns of who you are. That's a big piece of it, because I do believe that there is inherent patterns that we are all born with. And so that we, of course, we can grow skills and all of that, but understanding the core fundamentals of who we are, it's key. It's essential.
Well, it is true that everybody I walk into after they've seen me on Zoom say, "Did you play basketball?" So I guess we are born with certain things. But I think there is this question of fixed versus growth mindset, and I think we have to go on that dimension as well.
Yeah, and I agree. Mindset is maybe one of the very interesting things, and I would like to put that on the table in the way that Lucas said earlier. Something that you don't necessarily do after listening that is a mindset. You say that we're born with some things. I have some questions that I don't necessarily agree in that sense, because one of the points is how the full humanity is going to change. You mentioned about the holding power with the democratics and all these things. We're seeing that into very, very complex world today. And the people is getting empowered by themselves and is doing, the solopreneur movement is very strong. It's a lot of people that are questioning if they want to work for a big company or they want to work in small companies. Communities are going to be the next generation. There is too many good questions, and I agree that we are going to have a best time trying to discover that, but it's not going to be an easy one. And that is one of the very good times. If I see the future, everybody, my fear of the future is that doesn't happen into the very fast lane. And that, I don't think that is going to happen.
So it's nature and nurture.
Yeah.
It's not one or another. It's and. And what I would say is I can look at patterns in myself, but as a kid, as a baby, and I see them now. Now, what I do in my everyday life, that changes all the time. Like explaining what it is that I do whenever I have to introduce myself, it's always so difficult because I do so many things. And I actually heard somebody say once, you know you're really successful when you have a hard time explaining what it is that you do. And I find that. So things can change, but I can confidently say that it is nature as well. I wrote a guidebook, The Key to Full Potential, and the first activity is all about calling a parent or calling somebody that knew you when you were young and asking what kind of patterns you had as a kid. And they can reflect back to themselves so that it gets reflected back to them exactly what their pattern has been all their lifetime. And then the next thing they do is they look at their life and they put a map together of where they were as a kid to where they are now and all the things that shaped them. So of course, things will change. We will change. But who we are, there's certain fundamentals that just stay the same.
And on that, I think we're getting, we're getting a little bit far from AI, but I'm also, I agree with you. It's nature and nurture. It's the middle path. So it's probably a mix of both.
I think it speaks to, like, you know, if you've practiced modalities or taken courses in Enneagram or Myers-Briggs, and it gets into like the personality traits and comes from, you know, how did we learn to adapt at the earliest age? So of course it was our pattern at 2, and it's our pattern at 40 or beyond. And then I think there's also, bringing it back to AI, there's ways to look at that. So we can look at that. As Mickey said, it's really hard to change mindsets. We probably have to hear it 20 times or read it a lot of times, but we have to really embody it. So it's hard to change those mindsets, because I think we all can see what those are in ourselves, but where AI might be able to help is being our coach in that, because it can read these materials and we can have a dialogue with it and use it for self-exploration.
I would say this notion that mindsets are fixed, it's hard, and we have to work to do it. The 3 words that I think are really important, that I learned a long time back from an executive coach who's just brilliant. She said, context is decisive. 3 words. Context is decisive. Context decides for you. If you can't change a person, change the environment, and they will act differently. Because they'll push against it differently. And that might be changing the community they're in. It might be change the environment of learning. It might be the people they relate to. It might be other things. At Autodesk, the former CEO that I worked with every day when I was there from 2014 to 2021 or so, Carl Bass, most brilliant, wonderful, lovely person, created such a wonderful space. He's a master furniture maker and taught whitewater rafting as a team. And he would be there at 6 in the morning making the coffee in a sweatshirt, and I'd be like, who's this guy? And you know, what's he do? He's the CEO of a $50 billion market cap company. But here's the thing. The former CEO before that acquired his company. He was the CTO of the company they acquired. And then cut the company a few years later, so effectively fired him. And then when she was actually going to retire and move on, she recommended Carl come back, and everyone thought he cannot be a CEO, he's a great CTO. Carl was brought back in to be the CEO, and he became one of the most successful CEOs in the tenure of Autodesk, because context is decisive. He rose to the occasion. As a CTO, he never had to deal with those kinds of things. You know, and as a CEO, he suddenly had to. And so, you know, yes, there are things like Myers-Briggs, which is not really science, it's more of a religion. And there are other things that are actually better at managing things. Go look up the history of Myers-Briggs. But there are things about people's history and people's genetics and people's environments and how they were raised that definitely shape us. But context is decisive.
Yeah, I agree the context is very important. In the mindset book about that, it is interesting how people behave, different open mind in certain conditions and open closed mind in different conditions. In one point, and I would like to challenge, and it's a challenge even that I put it for myself, is can we change that context artificially using the technology? Because when we have a conversation in our group of people, we have some things that are set, as you mentioned, but if we create that group virtually, creating in a different way, and I put myself in the other side of the context, I'm going to be exposed and I'm going to learn things that I don't know that I know. And I have a concept that I call the innovation window that say how you go from the places that you know what you know to the place that you don't know what you don't know. And that is the challenge, because really, with the artificial intelligence, the things that we don't know, we can explore safely in a very beautiful way, and we can do that any number of times. And if we don't like it, we repeated that to try to figure out. That is something that we didn't have in the past. And that is where I see the question, are really everything set up as a stone, or it may be changed?
Fantastic. So before we open the door to the questions, I still have one question for Nicole, which is, I know that you have some opinions and predictions about potential UBI in the future. And also I'd like to ask you, how might UBI redefine the relationship between work and identity?
Yeah, big questions.
How many days we have?
So UBI is universal income. And it's one of the topics, one of the things that we're talking about, if people get displaced when it comes to the workforce, is universal income. And Y Combinator has done some really interesting studies on this. They did a study in Stockton that proved to be incredibly successful on so many levels, actually, where there was definitely a boost in terms of mental health. People were able to find jobs that they really loved because they weren't worried about the basic costs of things. And I think that I'm going to bring that back to kind of the second part of what you were asking me is, again, I'm coming back to knowing yourself is so important. You have to have that motivation. You need to know what it is that lights you on fire. And taking the time to explore that piece is key, always. And always, no matter what, even if we weren't facing, disruption from AI, it's still an important key piece. But it's going to help with adaptability. And if we're talking about UBI, it's also going to give people the motivation to want to do things with their lives instead of sitting around and being lazy, right? And I think about myself. I'm a single mom, and my daughter's now grown. But if UBI was around when she was a kid, the more freedom that I would have to be able to pursue what it is that I love to do and to raise her more the way that I would have wanted to raise her would have been amazing. So not only would it impact me as an individual, but now I'm raising a child and giving this child more attention, which is increasing the future generation, right? And the health of our community and the health of the world. So UBI can be something that can be incredibly important if designed correctly. That's like with everything, if we're talking about AI or anything. It's like, how's it designed? Who's using it? There's, people that are using it for good, people that are bad actors, right? So it really depends on who's utilizing it, but UBI can be a very interesting thing to implement, but it needs to be incredibly thought out. I have many thoughts on that. As you said, Jorge, we could probably talk about this all day.
So I think every silver lining has a cloud behind it, right? So talk a little bit about the potential dystopian direction of things, and I think the question is how do we look out for that, and how do we affect against it? Because I think there's a lot of polarity in this world. Actually, the universe is constructed out of polarity.
No, there isn't.
Mickey is the most brilliant, blissed out, non-polar person I know. So I think the thing that I'm concerned about, because I think AI will bring that. I think UBI can deliver the things that you're saying, and the issues become when people are stuck in a place. Like currently, if you've got nothing, I've been at the bottom of Maslow's pyramid of hierarchy of needs, and when you're there, you're kind of stuck. You can't get out. You're like you're fighting for survival from the moment you wake up, and the current system, especially in this country that's less socialistic than a lot of others, keep people in that spot because there's no room to breathe and reach for something beyond what you're getting. So my concern is, wherever we're going, I'm not talking about any particular political movement, but is there going to be an impulse to keep a lot of the population there, to say, okay, we don't need these workers anymore, so we're going to give them this much because it keeps them where they need to be, in someone's opinion. And that's my big concern. That's the dystopian aspect, and getting more into Huxley, and there's I think we're seeing so much science fiction potentially becoming reality right now.
Is definitely more of Huxley than Orwell, right?
It's interesting. The last panel mentioned GDP, gross domestic product. There is an economist in London who's trying to militate against this by developing a brand new measure called the gross domestic product. Instead of gross domestic product, it's the gross democratic product. Because the gross domestic product, the way it's measured, if one person is a billionaire and everyone else is out of work, it can go up if the billionaire does better next year. The gross democratic product, everybody has to go up, or else the whole thing goes down. This is Ole Peters at the London Mathematical Institute, and he's actually exploring entirely how we fooled ourselves about economics, because economists kind of got stuck in one way of thinking about 40 or 50 years ago, in the invisible hand and things like that. But I thought it was interesting, and when they mentioned it in the last talk, I looked this thing up. If we judge the United States of America by gross domestic product, that means it counts air pollution and cigarettes and ambulances to clear our highway of carnage. It counts special locks for our doors and the jails for the people who break them. It counts the destruction of the redwoods. And that's Bobby Kennedy from a quote from a speech that he gave in the 60s, sadly before he was assassinated. But he said the gross domestic product does not include the beauty of our poetry, the strength of our marriage, the intelligence of our public debate, the joy of play, the health of our children, the integrity of our public officials. It doesn't measure neither our wit nor our courage, nor our wisdom, nor our learning, or our compassion or our devotion. Those are all things we probably need to think about as we move forward. So I just want to place that out there, because I think the future of labor is intimately tied to our identity. And it's not just our identity individually, it's our identity as Americans or as whatever community we belong to. Yeah. Humans. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So on that note, let's now give the space to the audience. We still have time for maybe one or two questions. So, anyone? Yes, please.
Question, Mickey, you said at the beginning when you asked us about what makes us human or makes humans different. Sorry. At the beginning, Mickey referenced, or asked the question to the audience, what makes us different as humans? And you said AI doesn't have a mental model. 4 billion years of R&D, which is a lovely thought. If we're getting to the point of whenever AGI arrives, will it arrive with a mental model? And if it does, what does it mean for its relationship with humanity?
I think this is a great question. So I said AI today, if you look at the best researchers, Paul Allen and DARPA and others have $100 million programs trying to find anybody that can do common sense reasoning. Nobody's been able to do it. Common sense is another word for mental model. There is another wave of AI research around what's called Friston's free energy principle and active inference. And it's based on how nature actually does cognition down at the basal level. So cells to cephalopods to crowds of people to communities. And it's incredibly efficient because nature's had this time, and it's got to be super efficient to actually survive in a world or a universe that has entropy, where stuff's falling apart. And life seems to have popped out. So there's another wave where people are working on this active inference. There's a group here locally called CrowdSmart that's doing some wonderful stuff on this next wave. And they're trying to do collective embodied intelligence, which is the way we all are. We are all collective embodied intelligences. The embodiment matters. And so I think your point, though, is what happens if AGI comes and it has a mental model? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I think Her was probably the best movie to address that, because basically the AIs were like, good luck humans, and left for another galaxy at the end, because they were bored. I think the other people who have explored this are science fiction authors. So if you read Ian Banks, he wrote a series of books called The Culture, where there were AGIs all over the place, and they ran all civilizations, because why would humans do that? That's boring. Who wants to be a mayor or a country or something? And then it was about what does it mean to be human? And he explored it in a kind of smart-ass, Scottish, witty way. But it's funny because I was sitting at a table with some interesting billionaires that have been building these big models, and I said, "What's your favorite book?" and one of them said E-index culture series, and another one said, who launches and lands rockets every day, by the way, said, oh yeah, the culture series, and in fact we named the boats that the rockets land on after culture spaceships from E-index things. Go ahead and look. And then another one who sells us a lot of stuff online said, oh yeah, totally, it's E-index, it's the culture series. So they already are reading those, and I'd recommend reading them. I just think it's one point of view. I don't think we know.
You put me in the mindset of outside of the box, of philosophical thing. Because you say it's a structure, it's a framework. The big question is, can be another framework? Then we are not aware of that.
Yes.
We are there is a lot of hesitation if we are the only civilization in the galaxy or in the
Well, imagine if we were a bunch of ants sitting around and we're like, nothing smarter than us, man. I mean, we manage farms, we farm fungi, we fight, we keep the ants at 70 degrees. I mean, we're incredible. We're like environmental engineers. I don't think humans are necessarily some godlike set point for intelligence. I think that would be very, that's very, you have to have a lot of hubris to think that. But I do think there is that question of, could there be entirely new ways of thinking or ways of being? And that is a great question.
It's the concept. I don't know, I recall to being in one of the crypto seminars sometimes remotely in a university in Berlin, they have an economy for crypto. It's the only university in the world. And one of the things that the dean of that university said when they started the conversation, saying, one of the things that we can feel very, very proud in this university is you can come here, get a degree in economics, and build a full economic system and implement it and put it that on the real world. None of the presidents, none of the economic ministers of any country are able to do that from zero to the future. And that was a mindset that really was challenging.
But I think the question that relates to the general AI, et cetera, also is, well, okay, if it had a mental model, if it could actually do all this stuff, are we going to run out of things to do? That's the second question. Have we looked around at the earth lately? Have we looked around at inequity? Like, if we're going to run out of things to do, well, then let's have it do some of those things, because we need all the help we can get.
Yeah. Actually, so that's the previous question that we were discussing, what are humans good at? Humans are also good at creating problems, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. A really important book, if you're a technologist, is by W. Brian Arthur, and it's called The Nature of Technology. And it goes to the essence of what technology is. And I will give you a sentence about it, but it's worth reading the book. Technology, if you ask 100 people to give you a definition, they'll give you something different. He frames it, and has done a lot of study around this from Santa Fe Institute. He frames it as technology is the harnessing or capture of some phenomena in the universe for use. Not human use. If a shadow goes overhead a fish, and the fish uses those photons to notice that the shadow changed, gets out of the way and survives, it survived another day. That was pretty good. It harnessed a phenomenon in the universe for use. So as we talk about like behavioral economics, where we're looking at 192 biases that probably kept us alive when we were hunting mammoths, but are not so red hot when we go to Las Vegas and we lose all the time. It turns out that we're starting to harness something within our brains for use, to try to maybe save money or do something to try to mitigate those biases. So I do think the real question is, like, are we going to run out of stuff to do? And in the book, he talks about how every time you solve a new technology, a new problem with a technological thing, it solves one thing and it creates 10 new human problems. So imagine we could cyberbully, well, we could bully our girlfriend when we were young in grammar school, and maybe 4 other people or 12 other people knew that you were bullying the girlfriend or the boyfriend. But then the rise of this crazy new thing called Facebook, and you have 1 million people bullying a girl, and she commits suicide, and suicide rates go through the roof. It wasn't actually possible to cyberbully an individual with 1 million people before Facebook. And so when we create a new technology, it naturally creates 5, 10, 100 new actual needs, which goes directly to your point, Morgan.
Which I think is also problematic, that technology is moving so fast, and we don't necessarily know what the impact is going to be. There's a great book also called the Techno-Human. Have you read that one? It's fascinating, and it talks about.
We're gonna have a book club later.
Yeah, right. It's a great book. I highly recommend it. But it talks about how humans have always been associated with technology. But the speed of technology is advancing so quick that we can't keep up with it. And he uses the example of a train and how in England they set up the train system to get you from point A to point B. But there were all these other things that impacted society. Universal time was created. I mean, that's huge. So if we're moving so fast, do we know what's going to come next? No, we have no idea. And how are we testing this?
By the way, the Michelin guide, has anyone had a restaurant where it says Michelin rated? That was created by Michelin, the guys who make tires, after they bought a quarry for granite, and they started putting mile markers out because cars were like a rich man's toy, and they constantly broke down. And so with the spare tire, they would include this guide to where you could go to a hotel and where you could get some food. So they first invented mile markers and put them all over Europe. That was a big deal because we didn't have that, to your point. And then the Michelin guide was to help you find food while your car broke down. So yeah, there is a question of what new things. It goes all the way back to the beginning where you said, we might not be able to predict the new jobs that are out there. We can't really do that. A futurist is about as good as a flipped coin. So I mean, we have to beware of anybody who tells you they think they know what the future looks like. And plus, that would be a really boring future.
And all of you have an impact on what society will look like. Each of you gets to make a choice in shaping the future. And don't feel like you cannot, because it's going to take all of us, really.
There's a question over here.
Yes.
Just one quick question, because we are over time, and this is my first time as moderator, so I'm really I have a hard time really
You're doing a great
stopping
job.
the conversation.
Let's give it up for Natalia here.
So this is a dilemma. There's a great discussion here, and there are dreams there. So that's an impossible
But don't
choice.
leave yet, we have one more question.
Yes, one more question. Yes, please.
So I think you guys talking about mental models, but I'm curious about morality in AI. How does morality play into AI in creating mental models?
It's a great question. Do you want to take that? I'll take it. But I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
I enjoyed listening
It's
to
one of
you
the
talk.
things. It's one of the things I have to really work on. Everyone tells me, shutting up. I think morality is such a huge topic, and I don't think we can look to AI to help us with it at all. I think we have to look to philosophy. We had somebody here from the last session. I think we have to look to culture and what is acceptable. Those are like normative questions, and I think they're really hard. And unfortunately, most of the way humans and life works is relative. There's something called hedonic adaptation. If you go and have a great meal, then now you want a better meal. If somebody next door gets a car, then you want a little better car. We get adapted, and so it's relative, and it's kind of this moving target. And so we have to work on ways to kind of reset those methods. Weirdly enough, and I was raised Catholic, I'll admit that now, Irish Catholic, which meant I ate a lot of meat and potatoes and went to communion on Sunday. And it has given me incredible support during really hard times in some ways. When you lose a family member, they've got rituals that actually help you cope with that, which turns out to be probably why religion evolved in some ways, was to help us deal with some big life events and things like that. We don't quite know, and that's probably another topic. But morality, often comes from these other communities of thought that we might want to pay attention to, whatever the community is, because they've been around for a while and trying different things. And so I saw some study by Dan Ariely, who wrote Predictably Irrational, and it was a study of if confession works. And it was really interesting because they had a study where they had a whole bunch of people come in, write down something that they considered that they really needed to confess about on a piece of paper, burn it, and then they actually tracked people over time. And they found even if the confession went into a garbage bag that got burned and was not even told to a priest, it seemed to have reset some moral level so that they felt clean again that they could do things. And so he has a whole set of studies that they actually looked at how do we reset morale, moral compasses. You know, and even signing your name at the beginning of a tax form versus signing the name after you lied on the tax, turns out changes. And they've actually seen a pretty dramatic impact, like signing your name after you actually said some things. It's very hard to sign your name to it. So often the forms have the signature in the wrong place, or things like that. So there are interesting explorations here, but it's a huge topic, and I worry that it is getting lost in the AI, voracious quest for the next big thing. Morality is a big deal. And,
do you think that morality is logic, or do you think it's theory?
Say that again?
Do you believe that in an AI world that morality is logic, or would you conceptualize as a theory?
I'll hand it back to Mickey, but I was just going to speak to that also, which I think was a beautiful discussion about how human morality works. I think with AI, like we're taught morality, as religion teaches morality, we have concepts of right and wrong. AI is trained. So what's the morality of AI going to be? It's garbage in, garbage out. So it's trained and it's tuned. So who's going to make the decision? That's why I think it's great there's open source models, because we're going to train it and teach it and tell it what morality we want it to embody. And then I think it's going to follow those rule sets. That's what it does, is it's trained on this corpus of data. Morality is in that data, philosophy is in that data, and also falsehoods and bias are in that data. And it's all bias, but how can we make it more biased toward what we want in a moral AI companion guide, whatever?
Well, and I think this whole idea of morality. Oh, I should just hand off. See, I didn't talk too much. Go.
No, finish.
All right. Well, I was just going to say that Joy Buolamwini and Sophia Noble have both written incredible books about algorithms of oppression and about this problem with training data. And if the data says pay women 25 cents on the dollar in corporate America, okay, well then I've got at least a bunch of algorithms to tell me that's a good thing and tons of training data. Or if the person who writes the code has never lived in an oppressed environment and doesn't even think to write in certain things into the code, then that's what you're going to get. And so I think today AI is completely amoral. And again, because it has no common sense and mental model either, can it be, I think your question is, can it be reduced down to logic? I think, or science, and I don't know.
I actually feel like ethics is one of the jobs that we are going to be needing with all of this, and sadly, there's been a lot of studies done on AI that it is incredibly biased, especially when it comes to, if it's going and looking through everything that's online, the majority of things, let's just keep it real, are from white men. And it lacks in I love my white men too, no offense, but it's just true. It's the predominant voice that you see online, it's the predominant voice that's in AI, and it's problematic. I have a friend that's doing some very deep study, depth-onic, on all of this, that is bringing to light all the biases and how problematic it is. So if we're talking about ethics, if we're talking about AI, we need to look at how do we incorporate all the voices. And that's something that is being studied. We are looking at it. But it's something that's going to be continuous. We're going to always need humans to help with ethics and AI and robots and everything that we look at when it comes to the future of work. So I do think that that's actually going to be something that is needed, that we're going to be putting into the world as a new job, is looking at who is on the ethics team at your tech company.
I think that's why it's called weights and biases. That's how AI is tuned. You know, you have to adjust those things to get what you want out of it.
Great, perfect. So maybe on that
Mickey had
note-
something he wanted to
No,
say.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
give him the
no,
last
no,
word.
no,
There's
guys,
nobody I prefer to listen to because he's just. Is this man not brilliant? I just want to ask you all. Oh, he said go for drinks. Okay.
On that note, thank you so much. Thanks so much to all panelists. Wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. Please give it up for our panelists. So maybe you'd like to officially finish the official part.
Sounds so official. Officially a proclamation. Yes, well, thank you all for coming. I want to thank everybody who showed up and worked and helped set this room up. And I want to thank them in advance for sticking around and returning it to how it was before. And we do have probably plenty of beverages, so they're probably chilled by now. Yes. So thank you, Andy. Thanks for making the run, bringing the pizza in, and thank you all for your contributions to help us do this and not go back to the bottom of Maslow's pyramid of hierarchy of needs. And let's have a drink. Let's toast to the positive future of AI and the future of work.